Good afternoon, industry leaders. It is a pleasure to welcome everyone to 46th Inflection Manufacturing Supply Chain Innovation Web Conference and Awards 2021, endorsed by the Singapore Institute of Materials and Management, Council of Supply Chain Professionals, and organized by Alden Global Value Advisors. I am Priyanka Jain from Team Alden Global Value Advisors and will be the host for the day. Inflection is a series of web and physical conferences and awards across Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. Today, we are joined by top supply chain and technology leaders of India to make the conference an exciting communication platform for sharing best practices, the roadmap to the future and innovative solutions. Today, conference theme is reimagining the manufacturing supply chain. Today, 150 plus EXOs and more than 350 plus attendees have registered to gain insights from top leaders. Further, we welcome our keynote partner, VFin Solutions. A keynote partner, VFin Solutions Private Limited, formerly known as Infinite Systems, headquartered in Mumbai with offices in Bangalore and Dhaka, is a leading supply chain finance technology solutions company. Since 2016, VFin has been helping banks and financial institutions all over the world in streamlining and digitizing their supply chain finance processes through a pioneering supply chain finance solutions. VFin Supply Chain Finance is a leader in digital supply chain finance lending systems and counts global financial institutions among its clients. VFin is solving the access to finance problem faced by SMEs by being the only platform in the world that allows financial institutions to offer deep dive financing thus to suppliers deeper in corporate supply chains. Its objective is to leverage a unique deep dive financing technology to help lenders and corporates build a robust supply chain ecosystem. Let's start the conference with interesting keynote by Raja Devnath, director and co-founder of VFin. Now I request Raja to start the keynote.
So Priyanka, I think we do not have enough participants right now. So I rather wait for the participants to join. I think Srijit is having a chat with you on this.
Okay.
The participants are The participants are not on this call. They are watching it live from the website. Only speakers are here.
Then how would the interactions happen? So would they be able to ask questions? Where will they ask questions?
So they will ask question on the chat on the website. We will bring that question on the chat.
Oh, so there's no way in which. Okay.
Yeah, we will bring their question here.
Okay, so how many attendees do we have right now on the website?
Right now, we have got 200 plus attendees on the website.
Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. So let me share my screen. Can you see the screen? Is the screen shared?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. Perfect. Good afternoon, folks. Good afternoon. Happy to be here, but in a very strange environment because I can't see you all and my questions are going to be relayed through the Alden team. So I think the first point is of all the people who are here, how many of you have heard of deep tier? Have heard of deep tier supplier financing? So if you could just put it in your chat window out there, a yes or a no. A yes would be fine. All the people who have heard of deep tier financing, just put in a yes. So it gives me an understanding of the kind of audience that I'm addressing. So Amit, I think you will be the one who will be looking at the chat window out there. So you can keep sharing here what you are seeing out there. And feel free to partner with me because you will have to be my partner on this keynote because you are my eyes and ears with the audience. So participants, please put in your chat window, type out yes if you have heard of deep tier supplier financing. That gives us the first cue in terms of understanding where we are going. Also, it lets us know whether we have what kind of an audience I have. Amit, are you seeing anything on the chat window?
Hello?
Can you hear me, Amit? Srijit, are you able to hear
Amit,
me?
Alden team. Yes, Raja, you're audible to me.
Yeah, Amit is a panelist also. He's in a panel discussion next actually.
On the chat window, we are getting responses of no.
Okay. So how many responses do we have there?
Right now, 2 responses have come.
Okay. So let me just explain what deep tier then is. I think let's take a moment to explain what deep tier is. So as large corporates, as supply chain professionals yourself, you are the large corporate sitting here. You have your tier one suppliers. So the definition is this is tier one are suppliers who are directly supplying to you. Tier two suppliers supply to your tier one suppliers, and tier three to tier two, and so on. So that this is important so that we get the nomenclature right on both sides. So the ability of discounting invoices of a tier three or a tier two, which have been approved by the tier above them. For example, a tier three supplier's invoice is approved by tier two is approved by tier one. So ability to discount these invoices, okay, at rates which are very similar to the rates enjoyed by large corporates. That is what is deep tier supplier financing. Okay, because you as a large corporate have the best rate that you can get from the banks. So assume that if you are getting a rate of 6% from your bank for your working capital facilities, your tier ones who are getting financed, they are getting rate very close to that. They will be getting at a 6.5 or a 7%. Your tier twos, because they are not part of your supplier financing program, they will get rates which could be anywhere from 10 to 20 to 24%. It depends on the size and the credit worthiness of that tier two. Tier threes obviously will be more expensive than the tier two. So if you could get your tier two and tier three suppliers also get rates very close to the rates at which you are able to finance or get financing for your tier one, it would be amazing. So this is what deep tier financing is all about. And VFin, our company, we are experts in the supply chain financing platforms at the tier one level, and we now have platforms at the tier two and tier three levels also. Just so that we also get to understand how many here amongst the audience have formal supply chain finance programs running at the tier one level. So how many of you are running supply chain finance programs? So in your chat window, just let's go into your chat window and just put if you're running a supply chain finance formal program by which you have partnered with a bank or a lending institution, and they have onboarded your tier one suppliers and are discounting their invoices and paying them early. That's a formal supply chain finance program. So how many of you have? If you're running a program, just put in yes. If you're not running a program, put no. So we get a sense of both yes and no's. Alden, let's keep a track. So if you see any numbers dropping into the chat window, keep stating one yes, two no's, or whatever you're seeing.
Okay, sure.
Alden team, do we have any?
Can you repeat your question, Rajan?
The question was, how many are running supply chain finance programs, formal supply chain finance programs? We have supply chain finance, we have supply chain experts sitting here in the audience. So I'm asking, how many of you are running supply chain finance programs at the tier 1 level? How many are running programs which allow your suppliers to avail discounting of your approved invoices? You could be running it with any bank, doesn't matter. But how many of you are running? If you're running programs, say yes. If you're not running programs, say no. Alden team?
Yeah, 1 second. There must be some networking issue. 1 second.
We are we have received three responses. They are saying they are running supply chain finance.
Wonderful. So if that is the case that you're running supply chain finance programs, the question then is, why should corporates be thinking of deploying deep tier supply finance? Deep tier supply finance has been spoken about at the global level since the last 7-8 years, and people have been trying to find solutions. So I used to be with the World Bank, and since 2012 I was with the World Bank, and we were talking with multiple players across the world trying to find solutions for this problem. Eventually, when I couldn't find a solution, I moved out of World Bank and I set up a company VFin and started building the solution myself with my team. We're based out of Bombay. So why is it that corporates should think about supply chain finance at the deep tier level? Is because as a supply chain finance specialist or a supply chain or logistics specialist, you are always negotiating with your vendors in trying to reduce either the prices, increase your payment terms, get better terms for yourself. But rarely is your engagement as strong with your tier 2 and the tier 3 vendor. You remember what we spoke about, your tier 2s who are supplying to tier 1. So your engagement with your tier 2 and the tier 3 vendors is much lower. So if you actually want to think in terms of your ESG, there's a lot of focus on ESG, that's your environmental, social governance, and sustainability linked metrics, which you as a corporate have to honor. And for you to honor them, you are always talking to your supply chain also. You're talking with your tier 1 vendors, but you're missing out your tier 2, you're missing out tier 3. So being able to give them an incentive saying that if you help me meet my ESG targets, meet my sustainability targets, I will get you in onto my supply chain finance program and get you access to financing at a lower rate. That's something which is interesting for these corporates, your SMEs, your suppliers who are in your chain, tier 2, tier 3. The fact that I, as a tier 2 or a tier 3 vendor, know that if I am supplying within the chain of Mondelez or Maruti or Henko, whatever these chains are, large chains, well-known chains, I will get financing. I'll be able to discount my invoices, which have been approved by my tier 2 or a tier 3 supplier immediately. So you become somebody who becomes a preferred buyer in that sense. Okay. And this is the big piece. So what percentage, you know the number, what percentage, and let's take a poll again with the people who are here in the audience, of the ones who are running supply chain finance programs, what percentage of your total payables actually get discounted? So here's the question. If your total payables or your total purchases in the year are 100, what is the number which actually gets discounted? What is the percentage? Is it 20, 30, 80? What is the number? Let's see some numbers in the chat window. What percentage of your total payments which you should be making, those are your payables, actually are discounted by your tier 1 suppliers? Let's see some numbers, because I think that the proof of the pudding lies there. Alden team, keep reading out the numbers as they keep dropping. So this is the cutting edge of supply chain financing globally. There's a couple of experiments which have happened in China. There's one experiment which is happening as I'm speaking. It's happening in Singapore. There's one experiment which has happened in the US. So this is right at the cutting edge. So let's hear from you. What percentage of your total purchases throughout the year, if throughout the year you're purchasing worth 100, what percentage of that is actually discounted by suppliers? What would you think that number is? What's the ballpark number? Let's hear some ballpark numbers. And then I can share what we are seeing in the market, what we are seeing when we speak with different corporates like y'all. What's the number that we get? Alden team?
We have got two responses. One is saying 0.7%, other is saying 1.5%. Once we get more responses, we'll keep you updated.
No. I think the ones who've given the response, let me again state the question, because I think the question may have been lost. If the total purchases, your purchase is basically equal to your payments which you're making. So your total purchases in a year, if it is 100, what percentage of that is discounted by your suppliers? What percentage? Is it 30%? Is it 20%? Is it 50%? What percentage of those invoices that you have approved are discounted by your suppliers? And that is the question. So it cannot be 0.7 and 1.5. It will be a different number. So try again. This may be the interest rate that they spoke about. I'm not talking about interest rate. I'm saying 100 is my payments which I have to make in a year to all my suppliers put together. My suppliers could technically go and discount the entire 100, but this does not happen. Based on your experience that you are seeing in your particular company or in your industry, what is the number? Is it 20, 30, 40? What's the percentage that gets discounted? Already?
Yeah, we have got the response by 12%.
So one is 12. Any other responses we are getting? So let me tell you what we have seen. So I have seen this globally. globally in multiple markets. I worked in around 25 markets till now. And this question when I've asked, and we have done a lot of advisory work with large corporates, this number is never more than 30%. That means you are a large corporate with whom the banks are ready to work, and banks are ready to discount all your invoices. So you are a well-rated corporate, banks are ready to discount everything. Despite that, only 30% at max will get discounted. So what this means is there is 70% of your quality. That means you are, whatever your rating, you're a double A, you're a triple B, you're a triple A, you have 70% of a double A or a triple B rated payable, which is available for discounting. But your supplier, your tier one supplier does not want to discount. They don't need the money. That's where is the opportunity of saying, how do I push it down the chain? Okay? Because you're pushing it down the chain, that means you will make, because think of it this way, the rate at which you are enjoying credit, your working capital facilities, and the rate at which a tier 2 supplier or a tier 3 supplier enjoys, the gap will be anywhere from 3 to 10%. It could be even higher. But this is the gap which is there between your rate of interest and the rate of interest which your tier 2, tier 3s enjoy. So if you think of your potential supply chain savings, and when I say supply chain, it does not mean only between you and your vendor, your tier 1 vendor. It means how do you remove interest cost, which is there, which is being paid by tier 3, paid by tier 2. All of those interest costs, they are actually being loaded into your final cost of goods. With your tier 1 vendor, when they quote you a price for any part or service, that includes the interest cost, which the tier 2 is also bearing. That includes the interest cost that tier 3 is also bearing. So the aim for you as a corporate is, how can you reduce the interest burden in tier 2 and tier 3? That's what the entire deep tier supplier financing is all about. Because if you're able to reduce cost out there, that saving could be shared between you and the suppliers. And this saving could be between 3 to 10% of the total payables which are not getting discounted for you. So you can just go back tomorrow once you're back in office. Okay, just check this number for yourself, that what is the total purchasing that you're doing in a year and what percentage of your purchases are actually getting discounted. And remember this company VFin, my name is Raja. My email is very clear, raja@vfin.com. Drop me a mail saying that you want to have a chat with me on this particular topic, and we can, because we have numerous banks. So we have banks we have already partnered with 4 banks in India, MNC banks, large Indian banks, who are very keen on launching this program in India. So as supply chain finance professionals, if any of you would want to put your name out there in the market as being pioneers of deep tier supplier financing, please feel free to reach out to me at raja@vfin.com. What you're basically doing, remember, is our platform provides a
चैट में
dynamic.
डालना बंद कर दिया ना आपने वो जो हम प्लान.
Others, please go on mute. So what this basically we do, our platform, is we provide limits to the tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers also. And these are dynamic limits. Our system will match all the invoices across the system. We do not use blockchain. We do all of these things without blockchain. And that's the beauty of it. This allows your tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers to also avail financing. And as I've written, this is at the cutting edge. There are only 3 or 4 vendors, including us, globally, who are even thinking of doing something in this space. And this is a very, very large market. There's a very large market in India. If you let's look at the top 260 companies of India, we are talking of 6 lakh crore of annual purchasing which they are doing. And all banks put together do not finance even 1 lakh out of this. So each of you who's sitting here and who's listening right now has the opportunity of reducing the cost of goods, increasing your payment terms by using the solution. Okay. And to keep it short, there are very few assumptions. The assumption is the first one, which is proven, which you can go back tomorrow and check. that the tier 1 suppliers have undiscounted approved invoices from you. We heard one number was 12%. So what it basically means that 88% of your invoices have not been discounted by your suppliers, tier 1 supplier. So that means there's a possibility of 88% of your purchase of credit being passed down the chain to some suppliers, some tier 2. Sorry, was there a question? Okay. The other point which is there is you as an anchor, when you partner with a bank, you would have to pay the bank to the extent of all the discounting which is availed across the entire chain. So there's a $100 invoice which you've approved. Your tier 1 vendor does not discount the invoice, and that $100 invoice is to be paid on 31st of December. Your tier 1 vendor does not discount the invoice, but your tier 2 vendor, based on some invoice which the tier 1 has approved for them, discounts 20. So on 31st December, you as the anchor will clear that invoice of 100. 20 will go towards closing the loan which the bank has opened on the tier 2 vendor, and the tier 1 will get rest of the 80 minus the interest cost, whoever is bearing it. So there is a question of your tier 1 being willing to partner, but we know that as supply chain finance procurement specialists, you always have the ability of usually getting your tier 1 suppliers to become a part of the program. Okay? So this is something, as a banks, they will do the onboarding. So the entire onboarding business which is there, the bank will take your assistance, but the bank will be responsible for onboarding all your suppliers. And this mimics the real life world, as wherein if your tier 1 has said to their tier 2 supplier that they will pay on the 15th of December, and on 15th they do not have money, they want to extend it, the system will allow them to extend the payment date. Okay? So this is basically in a nutshell what deep tier supplier financing is all about. This solution is available. Just to give you the key takeaway, this solution helps you reduce your cost of goods because there's saving. The interest cost across your entire chain is removed. Okay? You are able to decide which suppliers in tier 2, tier 3 you actually want to incentivize. You could do that. And you differentiate your supply chain. And there are banks who are ready to partner with you on something as cutting edge as this. Please feel free to reach out at raja@vfin.com. And that's where I would end. If there are any Q&A which is there, you will feel free to put it in the chat box. The Alden group can send those to me on email, and I will respond to each one of you. Or if you have any questions right now, Alden group, if you have any questions in the chat box right now.
Yes, we have the questions. Raja, yes, we have the questions.
Yes, please ask.
A question is from Puneet Bahel. He is asking how to manage supply chain finance during uncertain demand.
During uncertain demand. Yeah. So this entire supply chain financing business is dependent on approved, confirmed invoices by you as a corporate. So whatever the demand, this is not for work order financing. Remember that. We are not talking work order financing. We are talking of only once the supplier has delivered their goods to you, you have approved the invoice and you have found no issues with the product which has been delivered, and you have approved the invoice. So the banks, when they partner with you, banks partner with you only, and banks discount only approved, confirmed invoices. So if you tell on to the bank that this particular invoice has been approved, I will pay it on 31st December, then you have to pay on 31st December. So this entire program is based on the commitment and the promise that you as the large corporate make to the bank on a particular invoice. That's the way this works. And you have committed this only for your tier 1. Your tier 2 is going to commit for your tier 1 approves the tier 2 invoice. So that's the guarantee that the bank takes, that okay, the tier 1 has approved the invoice, so fine, I'll go ahead and discount it, because anyway I will get money from the large corporate on XYZ date. Priyanka, any other question?
Yes, Raja, we have another questions also.
Yeah.
And the another question is from Ankit. He is asking how are enabling companies to perform better through supply chain finance?
Could you repeat the question again? How?
Yeah, the question is from Ankit. He is asking how are enabling companies to perform better through supply chain finance?
So supply chain financing, as we said, it's the best way of creating resilience in your supply chain. You all have all been through COVID. You all saw during COVID that banks reduced the lines for most of your SMEs. So even though the SMEs had provided you goods, you had provided them an approved invoice, it was difficult for SMEs to get financing at that point in time. But if you have supply chain finance programs, these kind of disruptions are not there. That's point number one. Second, you as a large corporate have a better standing, a better credit rating usually than your suppliers. So here you are utilizing your credit rating to negotiate with the bank a better rate for your suppliers. And in turn, when you sit every 6 months or every year with your suppliers to renegotiate your payment terms, renegotiate the price at which they are supplying to you, you are able to quantify exactly the benefit that they are deriving because of the financing, supply chain financing deal that you have struck with the bank. You're saying, okay, last year you supplied me 20 crore worth of goods and you were able to discount so much. The cost of financing on this was so much. Because of me, your cost of financing has come down by 3%. Therefore, this is the actual money that you made because of my deal. So let's split. You give me X%, you keep Y%. That's how supply chain finance deals happen. And when you partner with banks, and we do that all the time. So if you get in touch with us, we can get you in touch with the bank. When we do this, we are able to actually help you design and define these kind of strategies also in terms of how do you use supply chain financing for improving your return on equity. Because all of this, what I'm saying, directly impacts your return on equity. Next question, Priyanka.
Yes, the last question is from Amit. He's asking how are small and medium enterprises leveraging supply chain finance?
Small and medium enterprises leverage supply chain
Leveraging
finance.
supply chain finance, yeah.
They leverage supply chain finance because this is an unsecured financing. As an SME, if you go to a bank, every financing that you get from the bank is usually backed by collateral. This is the only product in the corporate world for SMEs where they do not have to give any collateral to get financing. This is the big difference for SMEs. And that's why large corporates have a role to play. I'm out of time, Priyanka. So this takes
Yeah,
care of
that
all
was
the
the last
questions, right?
question. That was the last question. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks, participants. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me at raja@vfin.com. Thanks.
Thanks, Raja, for your great insights. Now, I would like to introduce the first panel discussion of the day. The topic for the panel is FMCG supply chain at the next level. Here I call the moderator Tapasvi Vivian from Arvind Limited, Gaurav Bhatia from Reliance Retail, Sitaram Srinivasan from Harman, K. Udyan Kohli from Hyphen Foods, Rajat Sharma from Hamilton Housewares, Venkatesh Sridhar from Kellogg's Company, and Rama Shankar Badori from Metro Cash and Carry. Now I request moderator Tapasvi to start the discussion.
Yeah, hi everyone. Good afternoon. I hope everyone's come back from lunch. I'm not feeling drowsy. Okay. So we have a very interesting topic today. That is logistics, the next level of logistics in FMCG. Okay. And as Priyanka introduced, I am Tapasvi. I am currently heading the exim function for Arvind. And my past experience had been with Henkel, that is a chemical company, Henkel Adhesives, with Coca-Cola, with Bacardi, with Ultratech Cement, and a coffee startup. This is the background, okay? And currently in Arvind also, we are handling almost 1.5 billion textile USD retail company. And it's a conglomerate of apparels, advanced materials, environmental solutions, telecom, omni-channel, commerce, real estate, whatnot. I mean, we are into everything, okay? So today we have a very vast experienced panelists among us from various industries, which Aridan always does. They ensure that the panel is filled with people from various industries so that the audience who are listening to this get good insights, and there is cross-functional learning from each other. So that is what they do, and they are successful now also in getting the panelists together from various industries. So with this, I would like to introduce Rajat Sharma. Rajat, you may introduce yourself. Okay, over to you.
Thanks, Tapaswi. I think that's a great intro to the panel and to the work that you and Arvind are doing. I think that inspires a lot of us. For everybody, I'm Rajat Sharma. I manage the integrated supply chain and customer service at Hamilton Houseways. The flagship brand is Milton, and I hope you've used some of our casseroles or Milton bottles when you were in school. And most recently, I think a lot of youngsters have now started coming to me and saying that we are using your thermosteel flasks on the go. I mean that's an area that we've been working on for a while, hydration on the go. Happy to share some of that. But primarily, we will today focus on how the logistics landscape has changed. And I mean, logistics was taking central kind of spotlight in the last 5 years, but I think whatever COVID has done to us is in a way amazing. And today, definitely a lot of these organizations see logistics as an area to create a USP. So that's what we will focus on today as the discussion goes on. I have, by the way, operated with multinationals earlier and moved to Milton a couple of years back. And out here, we worked on distribution networks, logistics, digitization. I mean, a fair bit of digitization across procurement, logistics, actual freight sourcing, even the warehousing operations, and then also spent a lot of time on setting up our own e-com B2C fulfillment centers and going direct to the customer. And there was a fair bit of technology interface there, which has been a great learning journey. I mean, that's all that I'd love to say for the introduction. Thank you so much, Tapaswi. Tapaswi, you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you, Rajat. Yes, definitely we used the casseroles and the flasks. We can't forget that. Thanks for that. Okay, next I would like to introduce Sitaraman Srinivasan. Sorry, Sitaram Srinivasan from Harman International.
Thank you, Tapaswi. Good morning, good afternoon to all the panelists and to the viewers. So this is Sitaram. I head the integrated supply chain functions for Harman for 2 different verticals here in Harman, as well as the customer service for both the verticals. So in terms of the integrated supply chain, so we take care of the end-to-end solutions, straight from procurement till the warehousing, till the last mile deliveries to customers. We have a lot of synergies between our global teams because being a multinational corporation, so for digitization is a key initiative which is taken across, especially during the last 2 years after the pandemic, bringing a lot of visibility across the supply chain, because that's where most of the organizations are stuck. Where are the materials? How can we get the supplies across to the consumers? In those front, we have been actively working in the last 2 years to bring in a lot of digitization to help the organization bring in a controlled mechanism out of all this chaos, because we are from a consumer electronics industry, but I have worked in previous organizations like L&T, Bosch, so all this multinational plus a startup. Even have been part of one of the Ministry of Commerce also in my previous careers. So sitting across in the current scenarios where we have a lot of fluctuations in the demand plus the supplies also, where we have a lot of shortages due to political turmoils, we have due to the container shortages that we have chip shortages, a lot of uncertainty in the upstream supply chains, what we have now. And that is also triggering a lot of downstream demand is fluctuating a lot in the last 2 years because most of the people are working from home, especially in consumer electronics. We are one of the pioneers in terms of audio audio products as such. So you might have heard the brand name as JBL. So we are the house of brands. JBL is one of our primary brand. So in this audio segment, especially in the last 2 years, people, when they started working from home, this created a lot of boom in the market and a sudden demand fluctuation. How do we react and everything? So that's what we were meticulously planning and doing it for the last 2 years, so that the consumers get what they want. So that's it for the introduction part. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sitaram. You're right. I mean, as soon as COVID hit, I was the first one to buy a JBL Bluetooth device. Okay. So you're not wrong about it. Yes, the demand has gone up and we all are dealing with those,
Yeah.
So next I would like to introduce Udayan Koili, Head Supply Chain Hyphen Foods. Udayan, you there? Priyanka, has Udayan joined?
Yeah, the bus fees. Yeah, others are joining. They might be joining. Gaurav Bhatia is on his way to join.
Okay, even Gaurav Bhatia. Okay.
And Venkata is being 15 minutes late.
I know. Venkat is late. That's right. Okay. So Ramashankar, he is General Manager Supply Chain from Metro Cash and Carry. So if he's there, he can introduce yourself, please.
I think you're on mute, Mr. Ramashankar. Yeah.
Hey, Rama, you're on mute.
Yeah, I think we are not able to hear you.
No, we are not able to hear you still. I guess.
In the meantime, the bus fee, you can ask another one for the introduction, or you can start another thing.
Yeah, I guess in the meanwhile, before Rama joins, we can have another introduction session when Venkat and others join. Okay. So let us start. I mean, today's topic of logistics to the next level in FMCG supply chain. Okay. So, I mean, what is happening in logistics currently and what is happening in supply chain? We saw in the previous meeting also, I mean, previous panel who was presenting, they were talking about supply chain financing. Okay. And yes, even in logistics and supply chain, that is going on. Currently, people are availing that facility to hedge against the risks and also get benefits out of supply chain financing. That is one thing. But what about logistics then? I mean, post-COVID, people were talking about logistics cost. If you see, people always tell that logistics cost in India is estimated to be between 13 to 14% of the GDP. And they say that which is higher than the developed countries. Now, it is some thought for the panelists also to open up and talk about this. Well, are we to compare the logistics cost with developed countries? Okay, still we have not explored the inland waterways, okay, to the right channel. We have not explored to its full potential, okay. And railways, now railways is coming up with refrigerated containers as well as cube containers. They're coming up now. So I think now if you see in the next 3-4 years, people might talk about, yes, India is on par with the other developed countries in terms of the logistics cost. But until then, okay, Pre-COVID, people were there at one point wherein, yes, they were coming back to logistics and telling that the companies, yes, please save cost, optimization in supply chain, the footprints have to be reduced. In COVID, the things changed. Okay. In COVID, no one asked what the cost is. They always ask what the delivery time is. When would the customer get the delivery? That is how things changed. Now people get back to their old practices. Again, they're coming back and saying, well, look, what is the cost now? How can we get down the cost of logistics and in supply chain also overall? Okay, but post-COVID, we as suppliers or we as manufacturers, we are doing our bit. But from the customer side, has something changed because you're in retail and FMCG? Do we see that something has changed from their side, that have they increased their order size? Because they also share the pain with the customer, with the suppliers that, yes, we need to increase the order size to get down the cost. Have they done that? So these kind of things which are driving the initiatives for us to think to the next level, to take us to the next level in supply chain. There's something which I wanted to put, because for us also, we are also currently facing a problem of exports to Bangladesh, trucks getting detained on the Indian side as well as the Bangladesh side. So all these things we are also battling, and now we have found a way of utilizing the inland waterways to a great potential. We have almost dispatched 2-3 barges also to Bangladesh. So in this way we are doing it. So what are you people doing it in your companies? Okay, that is what we all want to know today, so that there'll be a cross-functional learning and people would go back after this session that, yes, I've known something. So with that, I would like to ask Rajat, okay, changing logistics to become a great game changer, and what are the digitization initiatives you have taken post-COVID and pre-COVID, and have they helped? If so, in what way?
Thanks, Tabusi. Again, I think you've set up the base of the introduction in a very, very interesting manner. And I completely agree that even erstwhile, even pre-pandemic, logistics had this whole aspect of visibility. I mean, it's not like it's a new thing. It's not new for any of us, especially within the supply chain. And we always knew a certain set of benefits that will accrue as this visibility starts to appear across the chain. And yet, the importance of delivering on time was not appreciated as much by the customer, neither the service providers, because we all carried enough stocks. We had distribution networks. There were no obstacles. There were no blips in service. Now, pandemic has created a huge blip and honestly a series of blips. Now, that series of blips has given customers, the network, and the principals all a glimpse of what can happen if the deliveries are not dependable, they are not trustable, and if we lose visibility on deliveries. What is it that can go wrong? Whatever we used to erstwhile put on paper, as business risks to non-visibility, has actually been experienced by the complete supply chain, the complete value chain. Now, this is where a lot of openness to digitization, a lot of openness to use digitization has come in. And what we were doing was pre-digitization, pre-pandemic, we were on the road to digitization, and we were discussing with partners and customers and within the organization on how this will help and how we should move a little more faster. But to be honest, work was going at a certain speed, which honestly we didn't appreciate too much. As soon as this hit, the pandemic era hit, and we realized that, oh my God, there's a huge benefit to visibility, especially in periods of whether we call it disaster or we call it non-availability. Everything started to move very fast. A lot of my partners, even in the unorganized sector, and I must clearly appreciate a lot of them today to open up very quickly to empanelling themselves on various digitized softwares or platforms or portals and be available to using the portals as well as apps as well as SIM triangulation and the various stuff that we rolled out. So a big kudos to all the transport partners, whether organized or unorganized. The organized guys already had experiences and they were providing those services. It's the unorganized sector. And I must add, there is a huge work that has been done by players who created these platforms. And some of these platforms have really worked out well. And I take pride in saying that we're using one of them, which is called GoBolt. Congrats to that team. It's a SaaS-based platform, and it's worked out really well for us. All our partners are now live on that platform. All my customers can track their deliveries. They can upload their PUDs. They can see remarks on their PUDs. We can see remarks on their PUDs. The transporter can see remarks on. I mean, there is visibility, there is clarity, and the decision making has become faster, simpler, very objective. Right? Similarly, what's happening on the warehousing front was we were always using all kinds of WMSs to kind of ensure stock accuracies and stock visibility. Now, we also started keeping a tag on what was our TAT on, let's say, O2D or TAT of inwards, TAT of outwards, how much time do the vehicles spend on my campus. This is analytics which has given somebody like us inputs to say, where can I improve my process? That helps even my partners. Right? So wherever I created visibility and I got to know that there is a blip here is where I could start working on in a focused effort. Otherwise, we were working on a lot of things with just gut feeling. Right? Now it has become much more sharper, much more to the point. We are gaining on efficiencies, and with all investments in all these digitized platforms, we have gained even on the costs. So it's not like we've invested and we've not made returns on it. We have already in the first year itself made returns on it. Wonderful. So I think that's an insight into what digitization has done for us.
Okay. So in this, let me ask you a question. I mean, let it be very interactive rather than I going to
please.
Because we have talked on this topic. If we again talk on this, we'll have that connect. That's the reason. So you tell me, with doing all this, are you ready for the next pandemic if it hits? Or do you have to do extra?
In fact, you know what? It's a bad joke, but we love to play that joke. We say, if the next pandemic hits, I just pray that my competitors are not as ready, because then I'll gain market share. I mean, it's not a great thing, but it's a perspective. So to answer the question, yes, very much. And today we have the skill sets of knowing where my inventories are, where would I want to place them. In fact, not just geography. I know today the demography that I want to attack. I know the channel where I want to put my stocks, and I know the geography where I want to put my stocks. So that's what visibility has done for us. I know whether this stock needs to go to a trade channel or it's earmarked for CSD, or is it going to the e-commerce channel or the modern retail format. And I can place it on those channels sitting at my home. I don't even need to go to office. I can tell the teams that these are stocks that need to be placed here, or use some simpler analytics. By the way, I mean, analytics is another thing where we're just getting exposed to it. And again, naming some of the partners that have given us the insights. I mean, we've been talking to Mate Labs for that matter, and they've given us some brilliant AI insights on how even this stock placement can be automated across channels. I mean, that's the next level for us.
So you mean to say that to gain the efficiencies and derive cost benefits, okay? These two things, because logistics is always at the receiving end, okay? So you mean to say that you have corrected your demand planning accuracy and supply planning accuracy to a level of 90%? That is the reason you could achieve this?
So partly yes. Also, partly what visibility did for us is that I knew in how much time this is going to get delivered, how much time is it going to get replenished, on what channel do I have stock. So I did not need to produce for all channels separately. I could cross liquidate inventories because of that added visibility. I had cut down on my lead times because of visibility on logistics inward and outward, right? So my cycles got reduced, inventory got cross utilized. So the working capital, I think the finance guys at my end would have been the most happiest.
Wonderful. Rightly said, rightly said. Thank you for that, Rajat. Next, on the same topic, let me introduce Sitaraman. The question I have for Sitaraman is, again, what is it that you have done, or what do you think, how do you perceive enabling end-to-end visibility in terms of supply chain has helped you, or what are you looking at in future? We're not able to hear you, Sitaraman.
Audible now? Sorry.
Yeah, it's better.
So thank you, Tapasvi. I think Rajat set the context for the downstream supply chain visibilities, how they have engaged digitization with the partners, rolling that out, how that it helped them to see where the demographics work for them actually in terms of their sales planning. So companies like us, some of the organizations are heavily dependent on imports, right? So where we have a lot of dependencies on upstream, our downstream channels are much more controlled for us, but upstream is something which is rather uncontrollable for some of the organizations, especially in the electronics, because we are dependent on a lot of external factors. And during the pandemic, there was a lot of chaos which came in due to the sudden spurt in demand across for consumer goods across the world, had triggered a lot of shortages in terms of the chips, batteries, and the other parameters as such, the container flexibilities and everything. So we did a lot of digitization activities to ensure that we bring in some control out of this chaos, especially in the upstream channel. So you hear a lot about this control tower concept, which is on the rise these days. So we invested heavily in the last 2 years to set up a control tower, especially to bring in complete visibility for our upstream channel till it reaches our warehouse, so that we have end-to-end visibility from the time that we place orders to our manufacturing hubs till the time it is scheduled for dispatches, booked in the containers. What is the container schedule availabilities? What is the transit times, lead times? So based on that, we align our customers also on the delivery schedules. So we keep the customers updated on the delivery schedules as such, so that they are not kept in the dark. And once we appraise them, we also run the campaigns and the promotional marketing campaigns accordingly based on the deliveries. So we had to realign our supply planning also based on the deliveries schedules from our vendors and from our manufacturing hubs, right? So the control tower as a concept, once we enabled through a 4PL, it has helped improve turnaround and reduce our lead time by at least 15-20% in the last 1 year for us. It has saved huge cost for us, especially based on the shipment plannings, right? For our supply planning based on the customer's requirement, we were able to push in and pull in based on the requirements. So that was and instead of having unnecessary inventories, we were able to push out those inventories and then bring it later, which helped with the cash flows also. Right. And this also. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Carry on.
And this also helped us in terms of our warehousing capacity, because especially during the festival seasons, like we will, most of the channel partners also get choked. We also get choked because of the huge spurt in demand. Because Diwali being the biggest festival, most of the sales in India is now tended towards this Amazon's Great Indian Festival as well as the Flipkart's VBD. So for when we are aligning for those, there is huge spurt in demand as well as the incoming shipments. So when we plan with this control tower concept, we were able to plan it in such a way that neither our channel gets choked, nor we were choking the channel partners also, for them to take excess inventory as a minute arrives, right? So we were able to deliver on time on a weekly basis based on the requirement, right? This helped a lot in terms of our cash flow, duty payments with the partners also, with the warehousing capacity, slotting mechanisms, those things. It is now increasingly becoming complex because with the end-to-end visibility becoming so important for every major organizations now. When there is a lot of external stakeholders, when there is a lot of external factors which can't be controlled by you, right? This becomes a rather complex mechanism for us to set it up, right? Though it may not be 100%, but I think this process has evolved over a period of time, and we are starting to reap the benefits of this concept, right? And this is helping us better in terms of our risk management. How do we place the products? How do we do the new product launches? How do we make the inventory better in terms of our performance improvement as such? Those things has helped us a lot in terms of upstream, and it has helped us and the downstream supply chain visibilities also, right? See, most of the companies are understanding the need, especially after the pandemic hit, right? As Rajesh rightly pointed out, that no longer it was a cost base. When was the delivery expected? As you pointed out, that when is the delivery expected, irrespective of the cost, right? That's where people were wanting to know, but slowly the cost factor will come into the picture now, going forward. So we are trying to keep a balance between both, so that we have the deliveries on time, plus we keep the costs also in check. So with that, this digitization concept has helped us a lot, because all our partners are on board on this control tower concept, so that we get that end-to-end visibility.
Understood. Clear, Sitaraman, on that. So I would like to know, because for the benefit of the greater audience, I would like to know what this control tower, because control tower is a definition where many companies perceive in many ways. In logistics, you have a control tower. In supply chain, you can. So what is the control tower you use, and what are the 5 major aspects in that control tower? What does it comprise of?
So for us, it is majorly established in the upstream channel, so where all our procurements is interlinked in that control tower. So any procurement that has to go through is interlinked. Every purchase order, every line item, every product is processed through that, and we get the visibility of the manufacturing timelines in that same tool itself, when the lead time will be there, when the cargo will be ready for the shipments. And second thing, it is all our logistics service providers, all our freight forwarders are onboarded on this control tower project, where every booking, those shipments, once it is ready, these bookings are released through the control tower itself to the respective freight forwarders for them to give us the priority containers, right? So once that container is allotted and the cargo is picked up, we have the end-to-end tracking from the time it is picked up from the manufacturing hub until it reaches the destination port, right? So we have the end-to-end visibility through the control tower concept, even after the customs duty clearance and till it reaches the warehouse. So until it reaches the warehouse, we have the end-to-end visibility from the time that we place the PO till it reaches the warehouse, right? So this is the upstream control tower that we have. Second one is on the downstream control tower. It's more related to our TMS concept, the transport management system. So we have integrated our logistics, all of our logistics service providers, and that, as Rajat pointed out, right, most of the logistics providers in the domestic channels are integrated in the TMS. So whenever we do the delivery, so we can track the end-to-end shipments until it is delivered, and the partners also have the complete tracking as and when it is picked up from our warehouse till it reaches their end. They have the clear timelines as that when the cargo is going to be received at their end, right? So it is two ways in terms of the communication.
Okay. So that's very clear, people. It's very helpful to understand this, the upstream and the downstream. Okay. But see, one important thing in which you discussed is that all the vendors were on board. See, the problem is a lot of people, they implement all the systems, they invest hugely, and finally they see that they can't get their vendors on board. If your vendor is not updating anything on your system and finally you have everything in place, then it doesn't make a point at all, because finally you'll get Excel sheets from them. You'll have to put that Excel data onto your system. It adds no value.
That's true.
One important aspect, which you rightly pointed out, all your vendors are on the system itself.
Yes, yes, yes.
Absolutely. Thank you. So, if Gaurav, Gaurav just joined. He's from Reliance Retail and Gaurav Bhatia. So, Gaurav, you may introduce yourself, and then I would like to add some topic to the discussion.
Sure. Thanks, Tapaswi. First of all, apologies for being late. My meeting got extended. So hearty welcome and very warm welcome to the co-panelists and other members who are watching us live. And thanks for the opportunity to kind of discuss and share the insights and making this afternoon a very
Can you be a bit louder?
Insightful. Okay. Is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was just saying, thanks for the opportunity and for a great, insightful afternoon. And hearty welcome to my co-panelists and the members who are watching us live. So I'm Gaurav Bhatia, and I lead the supply chain, mainly the central planning operations pan India for Reliance Retail Pharma. So we are now, as many of you all would know, we are now into the pharma business. One with the acquisition of NetMeds on the online model, which is our B2C platform, and even on the offline model B2B platform, which is both through the stores, the Reliance Smart Stores, Smart Points that we see all across India, and the recent business initiated with the partner pharmacies. So we are taking care of their entire supply chain, which is right from planning their inventories, their assortments, their entire ordering, procurement. So as a single supply chain, single point of contact, we are taking care of their entire supply chain for those partner pharmacies. So that's where I come from. So yes, please go ahead.
That's good to hear. I mean, NetMeds is sold to Reliance now, and maybe the availability of medicines also will increase. The critical one should increase. That's what people look at, and obviously they look for good discounts also. Okay, right.
Absolutely.
Gaurav, what do you think about retooling the supply chain, the planning part of it, for a greater performance? That is what I asked Rajat also. Did you improve your supply and demand planning for you to save costs because of the mistakes? So what do you think about it?
So I think very, very relevant and pertinent question. And retooling, I would say, actually the entire supply chain needs to be connected. And sorry if I'm repeating any of those points, because I missed what my other panelists mentioned. So I think end-to-end connectivity is one very, very critical point, and hence IBP, which is what we know in today's world, integrated business planning. So one source of truth or one source of number flows across the system, and I'm not just saying in supply chain, but entire value chain, entire business. So business through the SNOP, which is the demand planning, demand forecasting, single number flows to your procurement, same number, same demand flows to your supply planners, and hence is passed on with the appropriate calculations and netting off to the manufacturing plants. Same number should even flow to all your logistics, distribution planning, the one who are doing the DRP, distribution requirement planning, the MRP, material requisition planning, and even to the end last mile logistics. That same number should flow. So all the systems, all the teams should be in sync, should be talking about one number to be achieved in every month SNOP, and hence every quarter's plan, it should be broken according to that. That is one very important. Second, I think more enablement through the technology and digital tools that we have, very, very critical. And I would say we are very fortunate that while obviously we are all using digital and technology, but this entire COVID, entire wave has actually catalyzed the adoption of this technology and tools. And just to name AI and machine learning. So this is very, very helpful in my personal experience. We are seeing better forecasting, better data crunching in terms of the numbers that we are getting, the demand signals that we are getting from the sales team, the business team. So we are able to get, I would say, it is not anything very rocket science, but we are able to get better inference out of it, which are more actionable. And hence, I personally, within my team and my discussions, I call it provocative technologies. So now the technology is not just prescriptive. So we earlier used to have prescriptive analytics. Now this provocative technology or provocative analytics, which tells you this is the action which needs to be taken, and it tells you who is not taking that action and how for how much time. So earlier technology used to tell us this is the data and this is it leaves up to you whether you want to take an action. But in today's world, it is very, very important and relevant to have provocative technology, because it ensures that whatever data inferences are, it prescribes you, it provokes you to takes those actions. So clubbing these two important points, and one very important thing, keeping customer at the center of everything that you are designing. So whether you utilizing your logistics, customer has to be kept at the center. How convenient can you make it for him? So again, in my current role or organization, we are trying to give customer all the options possible. So he can order online, he can get it delivered online. He can order online, but pick it from a nearby smart point store. So picking offline as per his convenience while he's returning from office, etc. So in a nutshell, omni-channel is the way, because customer today wants, one, very importantly, the speed to delivery. Second, the convenience to deliver. So he can take it at his doorstep. He can take it while returning from the office or from workplace. He can also order at the physical store and get it delivered at his home. So all the possible permutation combination of omni channels is required for the customer. So I think that would be my quick answer.
Understood. So you have used provocative technology. Okay, that is good. That technology doesn't have emotions, because if you ask a person too many questions, he says he is very provocative. Okay, so yes, technology has to be provoked in such a way that we don't miss out anything. A lot of permutations and combinations. Okay, but this single number which goes to everyone. Okay, so how have you ensured it? Because SAP, I'm not sure that SAP it is developing still to the needs of the people. But to that extent, SAP might not give you the results of, rolling out the single number to all the channel partners. So have you implemented any external software which has integrated this, or how was it like? Just in brief, in a minute or two.
very, very briefly, in the paucity of time, there is a tool that we have, which is in-house developed, which connects the entire central system to all the stores in the network, and helps kind of to get that what you will actually call bottom-up forecasting. So while we have been talking of this concept, but I have usually seen that it is more head office driven numbers that flows in the entire system, and then the sales team goes on to chase those numbers. Whereas what we are trying to do is get the forecast, and with the help of machine learning, it keeps on learning. So as the name suggests, it keeps on learning. Okay, my forecast is going down, my forecast is going up. Definitely sudden outburst of any pandemic, or like sudden spike of remdesivir or COVID cocktails or favipiravir will not be able to definitely predict that accurately. But in a normal situation, machine learning keeps telling you, besides your normal forecasting, which is seasonality, etc., it keeps telling you, yes, this node is tapering down, this node is picking up, because you have a huge network today to manage, which is humanly impossible for anyone to monitor the entire network of huge stores and huge warehouses. So definitely you need a tool to determine that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Understood. So next we have Ramashankar. So Ramashankar comes from Metro Cash and Carry. He is the GM supply chain in Metro Cash and Carry. Well, Metro Cash and Carry is one of the stores where everyone would like to have a membership, So Rama, you can, introduce yourself, and then let's talk about something on supply chain.
So am I audible now?
Yeah.
Okay. So here I take care of basically the operations part, so which includes all the warehousing activities as well as the transportation part. So other than that, I take care of the replenishment for food articles. When I say food article, that includes all commodities articles, fresh F&B articles, as well as this, dairy and bakery articles. So about the logistics thing, so we do a little bit of first mile deliveries and a fair bit of middle mile, and quite a good number of last miles. So approximately 1,000 trucks per month we use for our last mile deliveries. So it's still B2B. We haven't opened yet for B2C yet. So it's only the B2B thing. So what we are doing. Other than that, we do a lot of imports. It's only for fruits and vegetables and some non-food material related to home improvement or home furnishing or some electronic items. That is what basically we do with Metro Cash and Carry. For past 1.5 years has been quite challenging post this pandemic, because people sometimes do quite the panic buying, and then there is a supply chain disruption from the source, and that kind of challenges we faced recently. So other than that, we do a lot of technology integration in our supply chain. For example, recently we are associating with JDA, so they will do basically a forecasting planning. They will read out your last 2 to 3 years performance, and then it will basically predict your future sales related to festivals or normal days also. So they basically that is what we are planning to do, so that we at least scale up our forecasting planning and meet the regular customer requirements. Since we are into wholesale business, so at time it happens that we received 2 trucks of material today. So when I say 2 trucks of single SKU, so we might end up selling everything within the day only. So that kind of a planning we need some very, very robust systems. Otherwise if it is a B2C, then it is a little bit easier to predict, because the variation is not that much. But if it is a wholesale thing, sometimes it happens that there is a single buyer who can buy a whole lot of SKUs. So that is the kind of challenges we face in basically wholesale world.
So Rama, in this, we just wanted to know, like, during COVID, a lot of people thought that sending the small SKUs will lead to higher costs, and because of non-availability of trucks and whatever be the reasons, SKU, which they were selling at the small pack sizes. Have you seen a drop in that? Have people increased their SKU size and stopped producing small SKUs? Have you had to, rejig your warehousing itself because you had shelves for the small SKUs? Now you had to have shelves for the bigger SKUs. Have you seen a change or shift in terms of this production when people are trying to, upsize the SKUs and then save cost in terms of logistics and supply chain?
Yeah, of course. So, we noticed that. So, when this pandemic started, we noticed a huge panic buying, right? So, people started buying in large chunks. So, slowly, then, we noticed that there is a, supply disruption either from the transport side, because then it took at least 2 to 3 weeks to basically, restore the transport thing. So in the meanwhile, what we did is basically since we already have quite a strong transport network, what we did is basically we established contact with the major brands plants. So what we did is basically we put our trucks directly to the plants, and then we basically restored the supplies, because it was taking a lot of time, because we see a lot of driver shortage in the market. We have the trucks, but there is no driver to basically run these trucks. So that is the thing we did, and then slowly, yeah. So about the SKU change, so what happens is basically if I come if I walk in any of the store, what happens if I don't find X article, I'll buy Y article. But what basically pandemic taught is basically if I'm sitting at my home, then I will search all online brands. Since I use only Ashirwad Atta, then I'll try to find Ashirwad Atta only on, I may try to basically, search through 3, 4, 5, different, service providers. And if I find somewhere ITC Ashirwad Atta, then only I'll buy. That is the kind of thing, a pandemic has taught. It's not only to us, to everybody, right? So if you love a particular brand, then you can find it somewhere. If not, at X place, then you'll find it at Y place. So that's the kind of thing, we started doing these things. So then we got associated with some of the delivery partners. With them we started delivering these products at their doorstep. That is what we started doing that, and as of now we continue to do that. But we started that time delivering to end customer, because there is a party between us and the end consumer. But as of now we are delivering only to the traders, or to business people, not to directly to end customer. That is not as of now we are doing. You are on mute, Tapasvi.
You are on mute.
Yeah. Thank you. Then let's move on to Venkat Sridhar. Well, Venkat Sridhar, I myself can introduce because we have been good friends ever since we were working with Coca-Cola. Well, there is no day which went by, we not fight with each other. The trucks have not come in time. I am not able to produce. Stop. So from those days, we have been friends. So yes, Venkat, you may introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hi, fellow panelists. Sorry, apologies. The VUCA world plays its own way, so I got to be stuck with one of the unforeseen commitment. My apologies for that. And like Tapasvi has pointed out, me and Tapasvi, we date back almost 2 decades. Okay, where we have our careers spanned out in Coke. We have started. And right now I'm heading the South Asia operation for Kellogg's and placed out of Mumbai. Offices got opened, so hence got to be completely taking care of the operations here. And happy to meet the fellow panelists and those who are watching this program and live. My sincere apologies for the delay, and we can move forward. Tapasvi, over to you. Tapasvi, you are still on mute. Keep it confirmed, isn't it? Sorry. Yeah.
So you have been with Coca-Cola, then you have been with Kellogg's. So what do you see that, with this pandemic, what have you seen? What is the change you have seen in supply chain? What is the major change you have seen? And what are the various initiatives which people have taken or you have taken to protect the value proposition in supply chain?
Yeah, I think it's a
prices have gone up, the availability has come down. So how are you managing that?
Yeah, I think thanks for raising this question. I think most of the FMCG organizations have gone through their learning curve. It is such a black swan event, probably it was not written. How do we really need to approach? I think when the pandemic has started, I think it dates back to March of last year. And, obviously there was completely a big part, the whole bureaucracy don't know how to fight this out. They first of all put all regulations all across, and then they realized that breaking down a supply chain of any particular nature can't help. So they immediately understood that the government had made sure that the supply chains has to be functional, because it is something to do with health and nutrition, and the convenience, because the at place consumption is the only choice. At home only is the choice. At place consumption chances are zero. So at home only the consumption has to happen, and the products has to reach to nourish the people, and make the people fed. So with that thought process, when the government has understood that, within a week the government had immediately reverted to the keep the wheels of the economy flowing with all the controls in place. So they have asked the industry like us, I know, where they we got in touch with them when we defined what are the protocols, how do you want to run the operations in a most safest manner. So one, all this is circled around keeping the people safe, the whoever is in touch with our businesses. First, that is a point. I think that's a central theme. And number two is to make the wheels of economy moving. So that's a second theme, because the extended supply chain in this pandemic up to 1 week, it is okay. But if the economy stops for beyond a week or a month, the kind of losses to the exchequer or to the, for the vendors. So we immediately got in touch with our vendors. We have made sure that they also understood the various protocols that we have set up in the organization to them, and making sure that they also understand these protocols and they can keep their own people safe. And then when we went back to the government, and a lot of and I really appreciate the way the bureaucracy has worked out. They have been a great support to industry, and they have been learning continuously. Government is continuously learning, and especially Maharashtra government, where we are centralized our operations through, and where the biggest pandemic was hit in India for the first time. But the progressive nature of government had made sure that everything has to be this thing. So with that, what we have done is we first kept the economy wheels running by putting the protocols in place, and the second is the logistics partners. Most of our co-panelists have voiced out, how do we make sure that the trucks availability and the truck drivers. So what we have made sure is the truck drivers won't get the food in outside, because outside hotels are shut. So what we used to do is, we had supplied the food so that they can reach to the point of dispatch without getting to a hassle of thinking that whether they will get the food or not in outside. So that made the drivers and the truck drivers, and we used to supply them free food. We used to ask them that you can pack, take the food, and make sure that you can feed to the people. So these initiatives, small initiatives, have made a big difference when we start. And as the wheels of economy was started unfolding, and the initiatives, government initiatives of coming in play, the businesses slowly started taking it. And absolutely, the business has taken a complete U-turn. Okay, the trade has completely evolved. Now the roadside grocer was the winner when we went in with the pandemic. So everyone has to shop within 2 kilometers of their house. They can't go beyond 2 kilometers. So making sure our products reach within 2 kilometers. I think it requires an omni-channel kind of a network and a support, and that is what the change that we have done. So we had to immediately move from a typical forecast driven demand toward demand. It's like a demand driven supply chain, DDMRP, instead of forecast driven. So we had adopted to that change, and we also put up various channels. Okay, 3 more channels we got introduced. Earlier we used to have general trade, modern trade, then we have e-commerce. But we know very clearly that as the pandemic is restarted, the modern trade has collapsed, and the general trade has to reach to within 2 kilometers. And the e-commerce, we had to advent and get into more and more service frequencies, so that the e-commerce channel, which is growing, we had to redefine the entire supply chain. So one of the big learning is e-commerce is the agility at which we can serve these e-commerce businesses. I think that is where the biggest learning has happened. And third is, how do we protect the value proposition? All these have definitely added to the costs. Okay, the commodity inflation, the inflation in diesel prices, the inflation in the way where the whole networks got redefined. It has actually pushed the costs really up, and it has made a huge question mark for value proposition into the consumer's choice. So hence we had to really work through various paradigm initiatives to keep our costs and making sure that the customer proposition or the value proposition is intact. So we had adopted a three-pronged strategy for that. One is we have localized suppliers, more or less we have localized suppliers, and we had to co-invest into that business and making sure that the losses the suppliers were making, we could optimize and we could get into a gain sharing model with our suppliers. It's like a co-investing kind of a model where sustainable supply chain initiatives, sustainable suppliers, localized suppliers, and with all this ocean freight and all those are getting broken down, local supplier is the biggest unlock. So that's what we have done. That has kept our prices in bay, and that has also ensured our supplies are in continuous. And second is the way we have approached the whole the planning of SKUs, right? Obviously, we can't make sure that 100% of our SKUs are available at the shelf. We have looked at what is the most important SKUs. We took close to about 80% cut, and we said 80% of the revenues are going to come out of these SKUs, and we are going to focus on that. I think that is where across all the channels, we have done that, and we made sure that we have won. So 3-4 things that we have done in terms of one is moving from a forecast-based replenishment model to a demand-based replenishment model, getting into sustainable sources, localizing the people. Third is omni-channel, and how do we make sure that we get into the omni-channel. And fourth is the DDMRP, that demand-driven service rather than forecast-driven. I think these are the 4 big changes. Hence, we protected the value proposition. I think probably few of the FMCG companies which have kept the prices at bay. 2 years in a row, we have not taken any escalation of the price, and that's how we could control the cost and making sure that the consumer proposition is maintained. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Sridhar, for educating on forecasting. That because earlier all the companies were focused on forecasting. Now it is demand-driven forecasting. Every node you have some inventory. You plan at every node of the channel. That's right. And localization of suppliers is very important, because we never know when the next pandemic would come, because there are researchers who would be dedicatedly doing this research to disrupt the economy. So we never know that. So we have to be ready for that. Okay. With this, because we have just 5 minutes more. So I would like to go back to very interesting topic with Rajat and Sitaraman together. Okay. Just for the sake of it, So Rajat and Sitaraman, tell me, because you are into home segment, Rajat, and Sitaraman, you are into electronics. So both the products are compatible. Okay. Now, going forward, there will be huge pressure in terms of supply chain optimization, planning, the next level of planning and supply chain. So would you both work together in having an integrated supply chain model? And would you both, dispatch your goods together and save costs on it? Would you think in that way?
I'd, take the first opportunity to answer for 2 reasons. For one, because I'm tight on time, but second and most important, we've already initiated some efforts around this direction, Tapasvi, and I think I spoke to somebody at Britannia in the Far East, where we have a certain operation and we're doing reverse deliveries. And I think today we're asking that question, whether you would want to work together, and tomorrow it's going to be imperative.
Yes.
So eventually, see, we've tried to peek into the Indian logistics scenario, the Indian logistics landscape, and what we found across India is that all the express, all the PTL, and there are other localized names. There is something called an LCV. There's something called a clubbing, dumping. There's various names, but eventually there are localized regional players who have spotted opportunities of clubbing products from two organizations based on the weight volume characteristics of the products. Now, we're already starting to explore partnerships there to say, why do I leave it only to the transporter? I mean, it's a benefit that I'm already getting when the transporter says, okay, I'll take a smaller load from you and not charge you for the full vehicle. Brilliant. But at the same time, what stops us from giving the transporter the visibility that, okay, if you're connected to both the organizations and you've got visibility of loads coming in, can you also tell us on what day will you be able to manage the long haul connectivity? Right? It's the long haul. I mean, the first pick and the last drop is always within 24 hours. It's the long haul connectivity which creates a gap in the visibility. So there are two definite benefits. One, clear visibility. And two, we never know what kind of synergies we may be able to create and what kind of routes we may be able to develop. Because today I might be sending, let's say if I'm sending stocks from Far East into, let's say, a Bihar. Now my stocks would generally come to Patna and get routed to, let's say, a Lalganj or a Jamshedpur or something else. And if I find out tomorrow that Sitaraman is already sending some goods to the same destination and we're both routing it via Patna, what would stop us from collaborating and saying, why don't we all save costs and eventually a new route gets developed? I think it is time now. Also, let me also add a little more spice to this one. Today, there are aggregators who have this data available with them. We've all bound them by saying you cannot give my data to anybody else. Can we, as principals, allow them to at least view the data and come back to some of us saying, okay, you got opportunities to collaborate with, let's say, Venkat, let's say Sitaraman or Rama, who knows, I think that would be some very great value from some of these aggregators. And I would urge them through this platform to try and see if they can, because for principals to reach out to other principals, it's going to take, it's a one to so many kind of a relationship. So my possibility of striking gold is very less. If the aggregators come back and tell me, listen, here is the gold, why would I not strike? And I think that truly is the way, Tapasvi. I think kudos to you for bringing that up.
Thank you. Absolutely. Sitaraman.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing it up.
I am in for it. What about you?
Yeah. So I think Rajat pointed out the right fact. See, as principals, it will be difficult for one company to reach out to another company for a possible tie-up as such. But what we have already been doing for the past 3 years at least is, fortunately, we were having a integrated service provider who is giving us the 3PL opportunity. He also has the logistics setup as such. So we are leveraging them where my 3PL is operating for other organizations. So they are operating for a lot of electrical companies like V-Guard, Havels and everything. So we tie up with my 3PL. They combine the cargo, my cargo, with their other companies, with their other customers' cargo for the long haul, for certain destinations where we can leverage. We're already using that for the last 3 years. That's a very good logistics saving cost I think this was initiated long back by Nirma. If everyone can recall how Nirma used to operate, was they used to put their detergent powders into Syntex tanks, and then they used to deliver it. Right. That's how Nirma got established in terms of their logistics, how they used to save cost. Right. This is something which is very, very useful for most of the organization, especially the domestic transportation with the current driver shortages, with the diesel rates going up and everything. This is a serious ask for most of the organizations. Right. And most of the companies, as Rajat pointed out, most of the aggregators like Porter and everyone, they are bringing out this concept and pitching it across to most of the organizations now.
Correct. So yes, aggregators, we have used companies like PISPL, Agarwal Packers and Movers are doing this currently, aggregators. But these forums is where it will help out to have common interests, where people meet and then say that, yes, we can work together and then deliver this, like whoever it is, Rama or Rajat or Venkat or whoever it is, all can get together and think about this. Yeah. So my question to Rama, are you prepared? Next level in supply chain is nothing but you being prepared for the next pandemic. You have to be prepared in such a way that you are prepared for a pandemic, then you're at the next level. So are you prepared? 1 minute for each one of you, Venkat and Rama. Can you please explain?
Yeah, can I go?
Yeah.
Yes, pandemic. Now with the lessons that we have got in place, okay, sustainable solutions are the key for success of this business, and creating the end-to-end value transformational process, okay, and creating a sustainable supply chain solution is the most important thing. And completely agree with what Rajat has pointed out in terms of collaborating with other partners. That's the way forward. We are already in the direction in terms of looking at East, especially where Rajat also has pointed out. We are looking at East partners, okay, and we are into non-competition to start with to getting into. So we are already in talks with few of the collaborative partners. Yes, that's a solution. And seasonality, the off season for me will be a season for my partner, and season for me will be an off season for him. So in terms of collaborative model, which reduces the overall footprint, and that will also bring the change into the economy and the reduction of resource commitment that we are all signing for. I think that is what is going to be realizable. So driving a sustainable solution using these collaborative partnerships is the key. And we are up for it, and we are in constant touch on investigating into those opportunities.
Thank you, Sridhar. Thank you, Gaurav. Your take on this, then it would be Ram. I think Gaurav is on mute if you're talking. Yeah, Rama, you can go ahead.
Okay. So, am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Tapaswi, the most we struggled during our, first pandemic was, commodities products. So FMCGs being, a very, very, organized sector, we somehow we got, we were able to establish the supply chain network, and we were able to basically get the stock. But we struggled a lot in terms of, restoring the supply chain for commodities articles. So what we did is basically now we have established 3 large, what we can say is basically private level, production mills. So 2 in southern part, 1 in Bangalore, 1 in Hyderabad, 1 in Delhi. So 3 mills we have, basically set up in last, 6-7 months. So now we have started producing our own, private levels so that, even if tomorrow anything happens, if there is, any disruption in the market in terms of prices also, because we see a lot of, people are, a lot of, leaders are suddenly emerged in the market who are actually, basically started dealing in commodity wholesale products. So to address that also, what we decided is basically we decided to set up our own plants where we can, procure the raw material from the sources, from the either the farmers or from the consolidators, and then bring it to our plants, and then we do the milling activities completely for pulses, for rice, for flour, or for whatever high selling articles. Yeah, that is what we have started.
So you mean to say that you're there, you're planned for the next adverse effects. Good. Thank you, Rama. So it's been very interesting session and very informative and knowledgeable. Okay, people spoke about visibility, control towers. Okay, upstream and downstream. Then the serial number going across the value chain, not to have any differences in terms of planning. Then DDMRP, then localization suppliers is very important now. So those are the takeaways, and working in synergies, working a collaborative effort, choosing the right partners for sharing your data. That I can see is the takeaway from this discussion. Okay. Thank you everyone for your informative discussion. And Priyanka, do you have any questions?
Yes, we have an audience question. This is from Sameer. He is asking how to increase operational efficiency of supply chain.
Venkat, if you're there.
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah. The operating efficiencies, it's a very broad spectrum of things. I'm not sure which is the particular area. The typical approach that we have is the loss elimination, approach. Okay, everything goes in terms of customer value proposition. So, what does my customer is willing to pay will become a customer value addition, and what my customer is unwilling to pay becomes the loss. Okay, so all such losses, wherever we have the loss elimination approach, is what we need to look at. We need to continuously optimally looking at our process maturities, evaluate where the opportunities, and try to eliminate, pass on the value to the consumer. I think that is where the operational excellence will ultimately lead. It's a marathon. It's not a kind of a 200 meters run. So it has to be the culture of the organization to the value proposition always wins.
Yes, Venkat rightly pointed out, the culture should be there. The drive from the management should be there. Only then this can be achieved, because there should be a function which says OE function, which has to take up these projects and get the stakeholders together and then implement these projects, drive them through, or else they start and just end. That's how it happens. Okay, yeah. Next, Priyanka.
Yeah, next question is from Sarthak. He's asking how to make an end-to-end supply chain technology platform successful in legacy organizations.
I would like to take that. Okay, let me talk about it. So, see, there are systems in place. I mean, if you talk about a legacy company or a legacy organizations, that means that we are talking about the age-old organizations where the manpower is the same, the people are the same. So the thing is, if you have to have fresh thoughts, you should be open. First, the thought, as I told earlier also, previous question also, the thought process should be there that clearly that yes, we need to go to the next level, we need to digitize, we need to get the visibility, customer's voice has to be heard. If that kind of a drive is from the top management, then I think down the line, people follow that and it is in sync. So you can implement all the softwares, technologies and everything and give the customer delight. So first is you need to have people who can rightly identify what is required and where we have to go to. If you have that, and if you have the management has the flair to go to the next level, so it is possible to go to the next level in supply chain. Yes, please.
Yeah, the last question is from Udit. He's asking, what is the role of demand planning and forecasting evolving in the FMCG supply chain?
Again, Venkat, would you like to take that?
Yeah. Again, the whole shopper behavior has changed when you talk about the demand, customer or consumer. Today, demand sensing is become a very hot topic, and in terms of understanding the various signals that you get from your all the sale nodes is super critical in terms of making sure that you would service the demand. Two important aspects when you are trying to estimate. One, it is good to have historical data, what we call it as 3Q1 process, that is 3 years data. Understand from the 3 years data what is your quarterly run rates are happening, and then forecast for your next month. And This is one. And number two is also to look at what is the real demand existing into that market in terms of, what's your level of penetration, what's your aspiration to, get to the demand and, service the demand. What's your, the scale of business that you got and what you want to achieve into that business. So first is depend on your forecasting tools of historic data, what your historic data says. And second, also you talk about the building blocks that you think about to improve your own footprint into the particular market area. I think these two amalgamated, you will address a particular process, and that number would is going to be one number process for the entire organization to come done around. So to cut the long story short, one, depend on your historical data. Second, also understand what are the demand sensing talking about into your market.
Thank you, Venkat. Yes, Priyanka.
So that was the question.
Sorry?
That was the only question, sir.
Okay. We are done. Thank you so much for organizing this, and thank you all the panelists.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you all the
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Enjoy the evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you all the leaders to sharing your thoughts. Moving further, we have another panel for the day, and the topic is Future of Supply Chain. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call moderator Mr. Bharat Bhushan Rathi from Mankind Pharma, Vikram Srivastav from Sun Pharma, Raja Shekhara Reddy from Glenmark Pharma, Manoj Kothari from Zydus Wellness, Dr. Sundar Narasimhan from Newland Laboratories, Bhupendra Kumar from IOL Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals, and Subhajit Datta from Apollo Pharmacy. Now I request moderator Mr. Bharat Bhushan Rathi to start the discussion.
Thank you, Priyanka, for handling the baton. Good afternoon, all. I welcome you all at the 46th Inflection Manufacturing Supply Chain web conference organized by Alden. For next 1 hour, we will be brainstorming on landscape of future of supply chain. And we are with esteemed panelists, as already told by Priyanka, Sundar Narasimhan, who is Senior Vice President Supply Chain for Newland Laboratories, Rajashekar Reddy, who is Vice President Planning and Logistics for Glenmark India, Subhajit Datta, who is Logistics Head for Eastern Region for Apollo Pharmacy, and Manoj Kothari, who is Vice President Supply Chain for Zydus Wellness, Vikram Srivastava, who is Head of Planning for Global Supply Chain, Sun Pharma, and Bhupendra Kumar, Logistics and Supply Chain Head for IOL Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals. So welcome. I welcome all panelists, esteemed panelists, and I welcome all our viewers who are watching this right now. And myself, I am Bharat Bhushan Rathi, as already told, that I am leading logistics for Mankind Pharma and will be moderating this session for today's panel discussion. See, we are supply chain professionals and we tackle supply chain problems that can result in loss of sale. We tackle supply chain issues, problems that results in customer frustrations. We tackle supply chain issues every day. We adapt, we rise. We overcome uncertainties to unlock supply chain resilience and engaging new supply chain tools just to optimize cost, optimize working capital, and all this to minimize one and the only thing, that is disruptions. So I congratulate all the supply chain professionals and who are listening us and all the panelists for discussing such a wonderful topic, that what will be the future of supply chain. I'm requesting for each of the panelists so that can have opening remarks and something about themselves, that how they are dealing in right now. So I'm starting with Sundar Narasimha, Mr. Sundar Narasimha from Newland Laboratories. Mr. Sundar.
Hi, Bharat. Am I audible?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for inviting me for this panel. And it's a colorful panel, and welcome each one of you, my esteemed colleagues from other companies. I think it's a very interesting topic, the future of supply chain, and also just to a few words about myself. I have been a supply chain professional for more than 30 years now, and I handle all that is procured and also all the logistics of Newland Labs. Newland Labs is a API provider we make API, and we have 3 factories outside Hyderabad. And almost 95% of all that we produce is exported to the regulatory markets, either US, Japan, or Europe. So I think the disruption that has happened in the last 2 years has been most visible in industries like automobiles, where the lithium shortage, the non-availability of batteries and parts, and has been most visible. And we also spoke about the shortages in the mobile phone market, how the chipsets shortage has been hitting all industries. And pharma industries has not been an exception to this reality. I think all of us have seen historical level of disruptions that have happened, starting with the blue skies policy introduced by China. And then we can call it the disruption 3. The COVID has only been the 3rd level of disruption that we have had after those accidents. Then the environmental related disruptions that happened in China. Because of our footprint, which is typically, China makes intermediates and other inputs, and then India makes the APIs and the formulations, and some of the formulation footprint is also abroad. We have had this broad disruption that has happened. So the question is, having said this, what have we seen in the last 2 years? What we have seen in the last 2 years is how to live with uncertainty. 2 things that probably I want to take as a thing that we faced and how we really overcame in the next minute or so. One thing was, we worked a lot with the government to be able to restart most of the factories that closed down due to the COVID protocols in India. I'm talking about the input side of the supply chain. Almost 540 of our suppliers factories went down, and we faced the challenge of all challenges when the wave 1 hit us. And we had to really do this, go to collectors' offices, go to other offices, liaise with the government and things like that, and issue those letters based on the government thing. So a completely new skill set was required, which was simply not available with us at that time. One key learning was from this was to continuously check if somebody is going to go down, any factory is going to go down to any of the localized risks. For example, in Maharashtra, we have seen pockets of the red zones and things like that, and how we have been able to coordinate. So the close coordination, which is of course something that we do regularly, but more often than not, the parts of the supply chain which are well oiled, we tend to kind of leave it out, and we always look at the hotspots, or we look at the weak points. But now the entire supply chain, we can say it's as vulnerable as any other part of the supply chain. So apparently the level of monitoring that we have done in the last 2 years has significantly increased. That is one. The second is, I think the move that we started 5 years ago, this digitization process of supply chain, and the biggest challenge we had was on onboarding suppliers. The tremendous struggle we had. I remember having 3-4 workshops in the city and things like that to get all these guys to quote online and all that. But then come COVID, it's been a dream come true that suppliers have really grabbed it with both hands. They are very happy to not come to the office and be able to quote online, probably upload invoice online. So my on the P2P process, almost a significant part of the process is already digitized. So what I will say is 2 learnings. Don't consider any part of your supply chain as vulnerable, and the rest of it is very resilient. Give equal importance and monitoring to each part of the supply chain. Second thing is push for digitization. If any one of you else have a case, similar case, will be very good. Our case has been a blessing in disguise for us for digitization. Thank you. I think
very well said, very well said. And I must agree, even our Prime Minister is also saying now digital India. So everybody wants to be digitalized. So that's good. So I'm requesting Mr. Manoj to please introduce yourself and opening remarks.
Yeah, thank you, Bharat. I think I'll take some more time because I need to go to other meetings. So I'll take maybe 5 minutes. But looking at overall supply chain or future of the supply chain, we must see what is the current situation. And we do had 2 outlier years. I represent Zydus Wellness. I head the global supply chain. And Zydus Wellness is not a pharma company, it's a FMCG company with a brands like Complan, Glucon-D, Nycil, Everyouth, Sugar Free, and Nutralite. Right. So generally name Zydus comes and people talk of pharma. It's purely FMCG company with more than 2,000 crore turnover. So that's one thing. Now coming to the as I said, present, there are 3 kinds of factor, right? One is the external factor, okay, that we'll talk about. Second is how customer behavior is changing, and that will define the future of the supply chain. And the third one is what are kind of responses we have. So as my co-panelist said, uncertainty, and uncertainty is at height. I mean, for everything. So for example, China stopping, and there are no chips, no electricity, many chemicals or API prices went 3-4 times, and suddenly you get a feeler that again China is starting, and it is smoothing. So these are the external factors, not in somebody's hand, right? Even in India, if you see, we have some panelists in logistics, right? Diesel went to 106, and one day government reduces the duty and it comes to 90, right? And if as a supply chain guy, if you would have done the contract, then you will have it, right? Because diesel component is 40-45% of your total transport cost. So these are very uncertain time, and external factor again. I mean, a lot of global supply chain dependence, and we heard of offshoring to onshoring kind of thing. But the only way to tackle this kind of uncertainty is simply don't go long for anything, because times are very uncertain. That's a near future, I can say, for the supply chain, for whatever piece of supply chain people are handling, right? That's a one point. Second point is keep on checking the resilience of supply chain. And as my co-panelist said that do not take granted any piece of the supply chain as it's running fine. So keep on checking resilience, and it's a continuous process, I think. So that's one thing. Second thing, again, a lot of people have talked about a digital supply chain. I think supply chain will be phygital, where the planning and the incoming signals would be digital, and execution will be physical. So it's a hybrid of physical and digital, and I mean the buzzword is phygital, right? And a lot of kind of we see a lot of initiatives across supply chain. So if I say customer service and logistics, then enter primary, secondary, track and trace, or optimum or optimization model. These are all going to be digital. The customer demand itself, and as a supply chain professionals, we must ask customer demand coming digital, right? Then only basis the data. I mean, somebody talked about 2 years data, but last 2 years are outlier, but you should have 5 years, 10 years data available, so that there are pattern, and then you can put AI and ML on the same to predict. So supply chains are phygital, they are predictive. Actually, more and more will go in predictive. And unfortunately, in our case, our customers are kinds of Amazons or Flipkart, which is Walmart and all. They put millions of dollars in the predictive prediction of the demand of their consumer. But as a supplier to them, we don't put that kind of resources. We get sudden demand, and the expectation is your OTF and fill rate should be 98, 99% and all. So it's very paradox world, but we don't have that kind of thing. But what we can do as a supply chain professional, where we can do a lot of digital thing in a fulfillment. So when I say fulfillment, is primary logistics, secondary logistics, warehouse spaces, right? Even in planning, there are tools like integrated business planning. Of course, I mean, they are marketed in many ways, like control tower and all. But effectively, what you're doing is you are taking the demand planning, and the entire process of SNOP, etc., was manual. It goes digital. The demand planning data goes in a different model, where algorithms are put in the as a control tower, and then whatever demand comes out, then supply planning is also done accordingly, and that's integrated business planning in terms of many of the people. So I think these are some of the things. But finally, I leave with couple of thoughts. Two things as a supply chain guys we should be in the end would be responsible, and one is GC. So we are responsible for gross contribution. Okay, it is make or break, and if you see many companies result, people have lost from 500 basis point to 800 basis point, at least in FMCG. I don't track pharma, so I don't have a data point. But in pharma, I think many of the companies have lost. I mean, they have done losses. That's one thing. So we are equally responsible for GC, and whatever action we take, we are responsible for GC. And as a supply chain guy, while we do all these things, that's important. And second, and I keep on telling my team that our existence is making products available. And whatever action we do, that's finally availability. So whatever uncertainties are there, you try to cope up with uncertainty, but finally the product should be on the shelf. So both availability and the GC or profit is not only the business criteria, but it's entire supply chain criteria. And we can do whatever in backend. We can do digital, we can do supply chain resilience, risk, we can put IoTs in manufacturing and all. But finally, it's a end consumer where we should be winning. So I'm very happy to note some of the things we have done. And while in many of the FMCG, including Unilever, they have grown 4 to 5%. We have grown 15% in September quarter with very good EBITDA. Whereas we are our all incoming prices have doubled, so we are a lot more dependent on RP or milk or palm oil, etc. So I think you do a lot of things, and we are cost center as a supply chain. Let us not be in any kind of misunderstanding, because a lot of people get offended. But we are cost center, and what we can do, but we can make or break business. So I think that are words from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Manoj, and for the beautiful insights. And I must agree that all the supply chain professionals have the responsibility for that particular word GC, and without that, we will not be in an existence. Because I still remember in 1995, 2000, all these warehouses, logistics, rather they are calling transportation. So there is no supply chain department, and there is one called commercial department. That is a mix of sales, and that is a mix of finance department. So because now industry wants some certain professionals, so they hired a supply chain department kind of a thing. And it's rightly said that our existing is because if the product is not on shelf, then we will not be in existence completely. And I must agree to your one point that because there are uncertainties, and so we don't need to have a long-term agreement. Obviously, yes, because crude prices are going down, whether it's government restrictions, government taxes. So obviously, yes, no one knows what's there in the womb of the future, but everybody want to predict the future. So everybody want to have that big slice of a cake with the big cake that India is growing, and it's a demand is now generating, and all the companies are now buckle up, and I'm sure that this hard time will also pass away in another 6 months, 1 year, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed. With this, I am requesting Bhupender to please introduce himself and a word of caution for this opening remarks. Bhupender.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
This is Bhupendra. I work for the company IOL Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals, and we are the largest manufacturer for ibuprofen and the specialty chemical. The flagship product is ethyl acetate, and we serve to all the pharmaceutical companies. Mostly, we are into APIs, majority of the business, and rightly communicated by Bharat that COVID has proved to be not only humanitarian crisis but also a big time to the economic and social condition of the country. It impact on the business environment worldwide and in many folds. And due to the rapid spread of coronavirus, several entities are bound to limit their business operations, leading to disruption in the economic activities of several industries have drive-through. As rightly, I can say that we all are aware that the supply chain function plays a significant role in keeping the world economy moving. The past half decade have been time of turbulence, change in the supply chain industry. There has been an increased demand of accuracy, timelines, convenience, and responsiveness, and quality and reliability. Like our co-panelist, Mr. Sundaran has shared, that during the pandemic time, we need to approach a lot to the government authorities to taking the permission to open the factories. not only our factories, even we have taken the permission to open the factories of our supplier, like packing material and all, right? So in opening remark, I would like to conclude here only. Then we'll be further discussing about building the future of supply chain. Over to you, Bharat.
Okay, thank you, Bhupender, for beautiful insights. And obviously, well, we guys learned in last 1.5 years how to liaison with government machineries, government officers, because government machinery is hard to actually churn. And I must say, and now Vikram has also joined us. So hi, Vikram. If I can have a quick intro of yourself for my audience and opening remarks for the topic.
Oh, thank you, Bharat, and apologies for the joining late. A typical supply chain challenge, that we had this afternoon. But good to be here, and a very warm welcome to all the listeners and to all my co-panelists. Hi, and to Alden for organizing this. So I am, with the pharma industry, generic pharma industry. I'm currently with Sun, based in Bombay, handling their planning processes. My opening remarks on this, the topic of our discussion is future of supply chain. In my view, future is supply chain. So there is no off it is. We as supply chain professionals have to completely reinvent, be ready for facing market disruptions, I believe. And anything and everything we do now in any critical business function has a supply chain and value chain element involved, which is going to enable companies to be ready for the next big disruption that might come through. We don't know what it might be today, but at the speed at which the technology is developing, we are already talking about industry 4.0, and we are already started talking about industry 5.0. So everything that needs to be tied up for business growth, business continuity will be tied around supply chain. So we are in for a big roller coaster ride, I believe, in the next few coming years, because that is what is going to enable companies to grow and sustain. Over to you, Bharat. Thank you.
Yes, Vikram, you rightly said that future is supply chain, and with the chunk of this e-commerce industry, as they are bubbling, and they are bubbling quite well. I think they have an year-on-year growth of more than 15-20%. And now every company, you must agree with me, that have a different department to cater this supply chain, whether institutional, whether e-commerce to runway. And my friend Manoj will agree with me for this. Because he is into an FMCG sector, their company. So, and I'm enjoying, because now all the feathers are different. So we all belongs to different industry, pharma, FMCG, API, and then Bhupender is with chemicals. So as we are moving in discussion, so we all are discussing on the future, but I want to discuss from past 2 years when there are disruptions going on. So there is a change in landscape, whether it's in policies, whether it's our strategies or the company vision. So we all agree to this. So please share your experiences, Vikram, that how you approach last 2 years and what will be the way forward for that.
Sure, Bharat, thanks. Last 2 years has been unprecedented. I think this has been beaten to death in various forums, and we've discussed extensively what has happened over the last couple of years. Is we haven't seen this kind of mayhem probably in the last 100 years, where both the supply and demand came to a shock at the similar time. We have faced in all our professional lives, we have faced financial recessions, we have faced demand-driven recessions, but this was unique because both supply and demand came to a grinding halt. And I don't think so we were ready, or we were prepared, or we were even having a contingency to face this kind of supply and shock, the disruption shock. And so I don't have any inhibitions in agreeing that we were reactive. We were not proactive, for sure. We were reactive, but we reacted in a very positive manner. We ensured that there was continuity of supply of critical life-saving drugs. Whatever was required during COVID to patients across the world, we were able to meet those demands, even though those demands were across the roof. exponentially high, but we did react in a positive way and to support the patient requirements. The agencies, the regulatory, we know being in pharma, we are in a highly regulated space, but even the regulatory bodies, the agencies have provided some kind of leverage to, allow patients and to allow manufacturers to enable the supply of drugs to patients. Take the example of vaccines. We got emergency usage approval of these vaccines across the globe. In India also, we got multiple, manufacturers approval for the emergency use of vaccine, even though the entire, the product life cycle development was not complete. But looking at the requirement, the real-time requirement, the manufacturing facilities stepped up, and even the government and the agencies, the regulatory bodies stepped up. So kudos to all of them, I would say. What really transpired, what we were doing pre-corona, probably we were already talking about, business process re-engineering. We were already talking about risk mitigation. We were already talking about execution with agility. I would also say we were also talking about digitization. It's not that only corona has driven the entire digitization wave, but post-corona, if I have to say, BC and AD, before corona and after the disease, the new Gregorian calendar, which I, refer to now. So after the disease, I believe what we are now changing and looking at, Bharat, more specifically, is business continuity plans. What is we are doing to build sustainability into our supply chain. That in my mind has become very key. We have started to look at just in case scenario buildings, not just in time. So these are some things that we have definitely started to look at, how we can make our supply chains more lean, de-risk. We are talking about deglobalization. We are not only looking at the cheapest source to develop our products. We are looking at how we can have better control to our vendors and our vendors vendor, so that we are more in control of our supply chain disruptions, whatever shape or form it comes to. So these are few changes that I would want to share right now, and pause over here, Bharat, and allow you to take it further.
You rightly said. See, nobody was ready, no country was ready, and this is once in a century kind of a thing, and nobody can predict and nobody can prepare for those changes. But it's the character of all the companies who bounce back, whether it's government and whether it's private companies. Both are in hand in hand. And for the first time in my entire career in last 2 years, actually management is not talking of GCs. Because business continuity is in question and everybody wants to run their business. With this, I request Bhupender to have your views on this.
Yeah, I'll start from the Vikram where he has ended. Because the focus on the reliability, I'll use words like consistency, commitment, quality assurance, or the delivery. All are the essential in implement and operative supply chain management strategy, since it enhances the productivity as well as it cuts the cost. It also warrants the inventory to be delivered to customer on time. Generally, we call OTIF. OTIF is the measurement, which is nowhere nowadays, to be very honest and practical, right? On time, consistent performance is a frequent attribute to the shipper or the consignee, whoever is receiving it. The collaboration between the shipper, like Vikram has also said, the visibility at the supplier as well as supplier end has become more important. Earlier, we were not looking at what my supplier is doing, but as on date, it is very important because the connectivity is very essential to the protection of the supply chain as of now. Like Bharat has also said, the running of the business is very important nowadays. That has become more important, right? But in a different manner, I would like to put it in a different way. If we'll see that shipping industry known to be more reliable and organized sector, but if you look back 2 years, you will find it has gone worse and worse every day, right? The recent example I'll give you that across the major trade, whether it is Trans-Pacific, Transatlantic, Asia, Europe, or Mediterranean, all the trades lanes you pick up, the 50 cancelled sailings have been announced between week 46 to 49. So out of 549 scheduled sailings, representing 9% of cancellation rate. Apart from that cancellation rate, during this period, 76 of the blank sailings will occur in only Trans-Pacific eastbound. Like the vessel is coming from China, it is not calling Navasheva. It is not calling Mundra. The blank sailings are also there. The global vessel schedule reliability on average had shared to 35% this year, which was around 80% in 2018 and 2020. It means that 70% or 65% container vessels are arriving late, while late arrival vessels now average 7 to 8 days. It is a drastic drop in the scheduled reliability as of now. So as an organization, to be very honest, we keep ourselves efficient with the proper advanced planning, which is very important nowadays, and multiple procurement as well as service provider resource as a backup, right? Integration of SCM, supply chain and logistic model with the finance and procurement system help us in resource optimization. So we are putting more energy nowadays into robust procurement, production and dispatch planning, as all are very important in today's scenario. Means when to buy, what to buy, how much to buy, what to produce and when to dispatch to meet the CRDD. CRDD is what? Customer required delivery date. Now there is no schedule. The transportation which was used to take from here to South America, for example, at 45 days, now it is taking 65 days, 75 days. So you need to decide when to dispatch the material so that it reaches to my customer who is sitting in South America on time. So that's my take on this.
That's for sure, because if your supply chain is not reliable, whether it's sea mode, is transportation mode, and or air mode, then there is always a panic buy. And now the whole world, I think 20-30% is actually a panic buying kind of a thing. And yesterday only my purchaser told me now the glycerin rates are so high that it's 4 times, 5 times kind of a thing. And this is the medium which goes at least in 50-60% of the syrups that we are talking of. Okay, I think Vikram will agree to me to this. Sundar, your views on this?
One of my product also, one of the commodity, we are producing ethyl acetate, and the entire thing is depend on acetic acid market.
Okay.
The scenario is totally different. Yeah, Sundar, please.
Yeah, sorry, Bhupendra. Yeah. So the disruption is so high in supply chain that POTUS, the President of the United States, has to come and define the supply chain. I hope some of you have seen. He said, Joe Biden further said, these supply chains are complex. Even products as simple as a pencil going to have to use wood from Brazil, graphite from India before it comes together at a factory in the United States to get a pencil. Sounds silly, but that's really how it is. This is how the POTUS defined the supply chain. He was forced to define because probably it has been brought to his attention that that's the kind of disruption that is happening worldwide, and America, if at all, is at the facing the center point of all of it. Yeah. So to just articulate some of the points, vision, for example, the way I look at the vision, the changed vision is supply chain has arrived. Like never before. All the annual reports now have a big supply chain section where a very detailed analysis of supply chain is done, so that the investor also is now interested how well you are benchmarked, how well you are mapping your supply chain, how good you are informed, how good are your information channels and stuff like that. This is one, and probably we'll very soon probably see supply chain experts on the boards. We already see them, Hindustan Lever. I remember in my younger days, back in 80, 88, 90, we had the Hindustan Lever started having the supply chain director on the board. So I think we'll see more and more of that coming in. The second is, you see, pharma industry was always known. The phenomenon that is very popular among all of us is the price deterioration of the drugs. I think price deterioration is just getting over. Price increases are here to stay. This year, the drug prices across the board have gone up by 16% in the regulated markets, which is actually a record, for all years. Third is, I have a feeling that we should be ready for a change in the geographical footprint. So the vision is changing. The 25-year-old vision of China being the largest supply base, being the factory of the world, probably is here to change. So this is the changed vision, in my opinion, post-COVID. Second is, let's look at a strategy which is, let's say, a shorter time frame. I have a feeling that, build a strategy to articulate price and cost situation. See, if people have got 16% increase in the market, especially when it comes to keeping pharma industry in focus, I think one of the skills that are required even for a B2B company like Newland is to be able to articulate the price and cost situation with the customer, not spoil the relationship, and still be able to still be able to go across the board and derive that empathy from the customer. I think that's a skill that is required, and probably a strategy and the information, networks and informations available sufficient level of, we kind of put together a model where we had 7 benchmarks, including the ICIS, and how we have figured, how we have figured against these benchmarks to be able to support the cost of the price increased prices to the customers, just to soften the impact. Nobody likes to discuss about price increases. So, and I think Bhupender made a very right point. I think, and also I think Vikram, I think scenario building, plan B strategy is here to stay, or maybe a plan C also, the way we are. So it is no more. I think he used a term just in time. It is just in case. So you build more and more scenarios and see BCP and stuff like that. Beautifully articulated. So that's as far the strategy is concerned. Look at a policy. I have a feeling that we need to get a proper digital policies. One issue that we have seen, one fallout of the digital, digitalization we found on the P2P engine was we were kind of getting more and more divorced from suppliers. So the problem of being digital and awarding contracts based on reverse auction and things like that is it is very adversarial in nature. It's no more a relationship, and it's no more integrative. It's very adversarial, for a negotiator. So then keep your policy of digitalization and ensure that you are connected with the supplier. You tell the supplier that we want to discover the lowest price, but we want to keep our relationship intact. It's not that we want to have it at the cost of the relationship. So maybe juggle it up, give L1, L2, L3 contracts and things like that. So this is what I will say is a good policy for a digital procurement. So this kind of policies we should, so don't screw the relationship. And logistics, I think Bhupender put it very beautifully. All that I can do is to give you visibility, boss. And don't ask me if it has not arrived. I can tell you it's going to be 2 days late, but I'm telling you where it is, and where is the stuff, what kind of truck it is coming, or what vessel it is coming, or what flight is coming. Probably it's stuck in Dubai for a few days, or stuck in some other hub. So ensure more visibility. I think we should work more and more on enhanced visibility, so that we are able to, if it's good, if it's bad, if it's bad, but then I'm able to let you know the situation as it is unfolding, because that's the uncertainty we are facing. So these are my articulations on the policy, strategy and vision, Bhupen. Sorry, Bharat, thank you.
Okay. Sundar, I am not agree with your statement that during my days when I was young, you still look younger.
My God, thanks.
Okay. No, it's on a lighter note, but yes, we all need visibility, and with the e-commerce platform putting up, and there is one thing that is cross-border selling, and there is one thing when we are selling within our country. So even in cross-border selling also, there are big companies like FedEx, DHL, and they have certain kind of their tracking systems, whether it's shipping lines, that they have tracking system that where exactly your material is. But from last 10 years, when we don't have these big companies like Revigos, like this delivery, so we don't know how to track the material. So GPS is one of the blue thing that we were discussing. But today, even my wife wants that, where is my material? So now the behavior of customer changes, and with this, we need to come that, because there are uncertainties, so we all need to build a resilient, shock-proof supply chain in an uncertain market environment, which can give reliable results. And how we can do that, Bhupender, if you can throw light on this, that how we can have a resilient, shock-proof supply chain for my company, for anyone who is a supply chain professional. You are on mute, Bhupender.
Like as of nowadays, everybody talks about leaders or supply chain professionals must understand the disruptive dynamics currently being played in the leg of supply chain. Leaders must pursue bold measures to mitigate the disruption over at least next 12 months, right? Like Vikram was saying, just in time has gone now. It is just in case. But the expectations for next 12 months, everything should be perfectly fine. We have already experienced COVID for 2 years now, right? The leaders must fundamentally restructure the supply chain to mitigate long-term disruptive forces and address capabilities gaps to sustain the new model. That is what the, as of now, expectation. And somehow, somewhere, everybody agreed that above is absolutely true, because the needs and demands vary from customer to customer. Customizing the supply chain network based on the service requirement and the profitability of the customers ensure a long-term sustainable relationship. The word sustainability comes very fast nowadays. Everybody is look for the sustainable supply chain solution, sustainable supply chain in all the organizations, right? Alignment of demand and supply planning according to the market trends. Analysis help in the real-time decision making and the service optimization. Nowadays, like earlier panelists said that the price, there's no price. Everybody is buying in panic. So real-time decision making is a very important nowadays, because if you are in panic, but you need to take the decision. That decision may be wrong, may be right. It is totally different. So as a manufacturer of pharmaceutical or specialty chemical goods, expectations of our customers are really too high. Like our customers are Sun, we supply to Sun, we supply to Jadis, we supply to Stride, all these big customers we supply. They want us to be more efficient in transportation management system as well, to follow the all GMPs, GDPs, like good distribution practices, and business intelligence to maximize its people, technology, processes, and knowledge of the industry for more complex shipping solutions. Special commodities, like we are into special chemicals, ethyl acetate. We are handling some of hazardous products, demand more planning and experience in the handling. Ensuring the consistent forecast based on the real-time data analysis and optimizing resource allocation help in the fulfilling customer demand on time. These are some of the tools other than digitalization, which is really definitely a future, right? Continuous customer satisfaction is always lead to the value creation for the future long-term as well as sustainable relationship between two organizations. But real-time delivery, OTIF maintenance in nowadays has become very difficult. So like earlier also I have communicated from procurement point of view on earlier platforms also I have communicated that it is a really time to rethink the basic principle of procurement, that there should be no dependency on one supplier, one location in order to maintain the business continuity, because the continuity of the business has become more important than selling or buying a product. That is more important. In today's scenario, with the pricing being the key, China is dominating everything, right? There is a war between US and China, but still the 80 vessels are standing out of Long Beach and Los Angeles port. And out of 80, 60 vessels are full from Chinese products. There's a trade war, but it's still China is leading. So the pricing, today in scenario, the pricing being the key, it is time to review the procurement strategy again, or we have to go for Make in India initiative of our Modi ji, which required much more efforts, not only from the strategic point of view, but yes, the government support in every manner is definitely required. Without government support, nothing can be done. The industries can't run the Make in India concept alone. So this is my take on.
Okay, Bhupinder, I must agree with your point that leaders must take decisions at right time. Whatever it's wrong, right, that only time will tell, but at least we should have a decision. Yes, yes. Vikram, your views on resilient supply chain building?
Right. So, yeah, I mean, supply chain strategy, I think Bhupender covered quite a bit in with respect to how we can de-risk. The only thing that I wanted to add on that before I throw a little bit more of my perspective is, in pharma, sometimes we are handicapped with certain sources, being highly regulated and being in an industry where we are dealing with, critical life-saving drugs. Sometimes we do not have the luxury of an alternate vendor, that's the industry and that's the nature of supply chains we need to live with. But I'm not saying that even though we have a single vendor, I think both Bhupender and Surender also mentioned how we can further collaborate and work with our vendors to have better visibility across their supply chain also, and not just have static visibility. I'm talking about dynamic visibility as the disruptions are happening, probably at the vendor end or vendor's vendor end, we should get information with respect to how it is moving with respect to raw material availability, or whether it be respect to some technical issues or supply challenges with respect to some capacities, etc. So that has to be done. We have to be little patient. I did talk about in my opening remark also about localization or deglobalization. So it's going to be a long drawn process. Again, Bhupender mentioned about the government incentives. The government of India has also come up with the PLI, where it is willing to invest about 15,000 crores or $2 billion plus and dedicate that funds to the pharma healthcare industry. But you have to understand this is going to be a long drawn process with respect to how we can bring this resilience or flexibility into our supply chains. It's going to be 5-7 years minimum, by the time we develop new vendors, qualify them, get them regulatory approved, and get them into our commercial stream. Just to give you a small number, in the early 90s we were procuring only about 30-35% of our actives and chemicals from China. In the next 2 decades, China has systematically, with its economy of scale, with the government initiatives that the Chinese government took, with the advancements in technology, that percentage has now swelled to about 65-70%. So that's the kind of dependency we now have on China for actives and a lot of chemicals. So to reverse that, it's going to take time. So that's my take on the procurement front. So that's the resilience that we need to do on the supply chain strategy going forward. But I feel there is something we can do on the demand sensing and the planning process overall. How we can have a single unified view end to end, where when my business team is going to bid or take a new business opportunity, how quickly I'm able to react at different value chain nodal critical nodal points across my supply chain, right from my operations, manufacturing, to my logistics, to my vendor end. How quickly I'm able to react, sense that demand change, because in the new VUCA world that we are living in, it's all going to be a lot of disruptions in terms of how we are sensing demand, what kind of capacities we have, spare capacities do we have, and material we have to fulfill those demands. So that, in my mind, is going to, act in a very big way in building supply chain resilience. The other thing that I wanted to touch base on is, of course, logistics, transportation and logistics. I think we have talked extensively about the supply chain disruptions that we are seeing with respect to, vessels getting stuck at one part of US, and what kind of blank sailings are happening, skip ports are happening. With all that coupled with, the high level of, unreliability in, service levels of these industries. To add to all this, we are paying extra, exponentially high. I mean, the China freight index has for the first time, breached more than $5,000. It went up to $15,000-$17,000 also. The numbers which used to be in $2,000 range. So all that coupled with, we are paying through our noses and still not getting the services. And to add to it, even if we are willing to pay for it, we don't get capacities, we don't get containers available. So how we are going to reinvent the entire logistics bit, how we can make our products more robust so that we can have some sort of flexibility around what modes of shipments we choose, how we can have flexibility in terms of what and how we use transportation modes is going to be, a key in my, in my opinion. To add to all this, where, pharma supply chain starts is R&D, how we can use technology to have more robust, product designs, and involve supply chain at the product inception stage, so that we can build more robust and well knitted supply chains which can support business growth going forward. So, like they say, at the birth of the product, the start of the product life cycle, we need to get involved. And that is where supply chain executives are going to add value going forward, because it's no longer about only managing your commercial supply chains and looking at transportation and logistics. It's about end to end, right from demand sensing to right up to product development. That's my take, Bharat, on how we need to
This
build.
is $1 million question. How we will get the visibility, integrity of transportation, demand sensing. So these are the things, and these are the questions we are dealing from last 2 years, because market scenarios are such that we cannot predict. We already discussed this, and there is a very interesting report that which says that by 2024, 50% of the supply chain organization will invest in applications that support artificial intelligence and advanced analytical capabilities. See, the COVID-19 pandemic amplifies the need of supply chain organizations to seek that help them better and more informed decisions. So with this report, we can say that how we can increase use of technology, and is there a need that all need to reinvent? It's something that we need to reinvent the wheel of logistics again. So we need to have certain things which we are not doing in past, and now those are outdated. So are we not exaggerating too much, or is this really a need of the hour? Vikram, what do you say on this?
No, it's definitely need of the hour. I mean, I would say we require it. I mean, the extent to which we need to move into digital space, I mean, like I said, also, industry 4.0 is here. We are talking about continuous manufacturing. We are talking about, blockchain. We are talking about AI, ML driven, tools. I just mentioned Bharat about, demand sensing and having a unified demand perspective. How is this going to get enabled? It's going to get enabled through AI and ML tools. I mean, looking at macro factors, looking at geopolitical situations, being able to do effective predictiveness, and then based on the predictiveness, being able to effectively prescribe what needs to be done to restructure the supply chain. So these are going to enable, given the complex global interlinked interneted supply chains that we all operate in. You gave examples. I think one of the panel members, I think Sundar, gave an example of a pencil supply chain. So that's just the pencil supply chain. We are talking about complex molecules, over here, where, for example, vaccines, the rubber stoppers are coming from one end of the world, the needles are coming from the other end of the world, the glass vials are coming from somewhere, the API is coming from an X location, and it's getting manufactured at one place, and then it needs to go across 100 different countries in the world. So that itself is mind-boggling. We need tools and technology to support smart human intervention to make sure that we are taking the right decisions which are enabling healthier lifestyle for our patients. That's the goal which I think supply chain professionals like us are working in the pharma space, so that we can ensure safe, effective medicines reach population, the 7 billion plus population of the world, and it enables them to lead healthier lifestyles.
Okay. Sundar, your take on this?
Well, I just want to pick up one point Vikram said and want to just make a little lighter vein, Vikram, with your permission. I don't know who predicted the demand for ARVs this year, and all my colleagues who are making ARVs, those companies are not liking, what's happening to the ARVs. Nobody knows what has happened. The whole market is in a tizzy, and so much for predictive analytics. Just a lighter vein. I'm sure I'm completely on board on the predictive stuff. On the logistics side, I will say, Bharat, you made a very beautiful point on logistics, on the technology. I think while we leave the physical part, I think definitely the delivery and stuff like that, the delivery part of the physical supply chain is very much, the same. If at all, drones and stuff like that happening, and those things are still, starting in India. I think it's all playing out as we speak, and maybe flying cars next. So we are seeing the flying cars happening. So so much for the physical supply chain. But on the management part, e-logistics entire P2P cycle, including invoice upload, very much digitized, and price prospecting, everything happening, so well on that space. I think there are third-party providers that have come in and doing so well on the technology side. I'm sure colleagues from other companies will also agree. I think e-logistics offers that possibility. OTIF, I think the challenge of OTIF for those of us, for example, out of maybe about 1,500 shipments that we make, 1,300 go via air, and without passenger aircrafts, last 2 years, I don't know how we managed, and really, without passenger aircrafts, a different world altogether. Really scoring for those aircrafts and finding those journeys and things like it's become a singular challenge for us. But I think I would like to come to the basic point on the inventory versus uncertainty paradox we talk about in supply chain so frequently. How do I cover my uncertainty? I would like to actually build inventory and to see to it that the shocks are minimized. But today I don't have the luxury of buying enough inventory and more to my liking, because I want to be lean, and because my uncertainty is so high. So I would like to second the view given by Vikram, in terms of being highly reactive, being agile. I think we should all become agile, keep ears close to the ground, and then the lean paradigm is probably right now. I don't know how much definitely it helps us to manage production and things like that. Having said that, I think agility is what's going to help us. It's a mindset. I won't say agility is so much a software or something like that. I think keeping the customer in focus and getting the entire supply chain oriented and becoming agile will help us really manage that logistics paradox that we are going through, inventory versus uncertainty. And this is my final word on logistics, Bharat. I think this is e-logistics and managing the paradox. Thank you.
Thank you, Sundar. Beautifully choreographed that obviously agility is the only key that we can have. And with this, we are running short of time, although we have lots of questions to discuss and we keep on discussing and discussing. Thank you. Priyanka, is there any question from audience?
Yes, Bharat, we have audience questions as well. One second. Yeah, the audience question is one is from Nirupam Datta. He's asking how to manage trade-off between inventory and availability during a disruptive environment.
Okay. Anybody want to take Bhupendra? Sundar, if you want.
No, I thought that probably I just answered that, or I kind of addressed that question. I think it is the agility, trying to be as reactive, or I think if possible predictive, being anticipate in advance, or at least be as reactive as possible by keeping ears to the ground. This is my perspective, very short. I think we have the planning expert here. I think Srivastava, if you can, Vikram, if you can take it. I mean, I'm not the moderator, but I thought.
No, Sundar. I mean, I think you've rightly put it also. I mean, when it comes to a trade-off between inventory and availability, definitely hands down, it has to be a business priority. You have to, keep your eyes and ears open and ensure that the business availability is not impacted. At the same point of time, inventory, I know people who had inventories in the last 2 years were on the, riding the wave, because inventory was came when both your supply and demand was getting disrupted. Who had material was able to produce and supply it. But having said that, we are now looking at, like I was also mentioning, we are looking at scenarios where just-in-time model, it's time to rebuild and relook at it, look at further how we can collaborate with our vendors, have better dynamic visibility. All this is going to get enabled with more proactive tools, which can give me an integrated business view end to end. So that is going to help me, reduce my inventory. Having higher inventory, in my opinion, is not just the end solution. How much more inventory can you have? I mean, the kind of disruptions we saw, even 5-6 months of inventory was not enough. And that is not a sustainable way of doing your business in a competitive environment. So as planning, as planning supply chain planning, we have to come up with new innovative ways to, look at both my inventory, look at the risk in this entire supply chain, and then look at how we can mitigate that through inventory or through other strategies.
Would like to add one thing. During that pandemic, if you were having the 6 months inventory, it was more than enough to maintain the demand, as well as like we are into life-saving drugs. Like I'm into API and you are dealing.
It was not, Bhupender, it was not.
Because there was a depression like China, when everything was coming from China, government has also put in some restrictions.
Correct.
But when you have some inventory like 6 months or so, it little bit help us out to deliver to the market, because we deal in life-saving drugs actually.
Actually, it did. But what I'm trying to also say is, when your demand goes 10x or 100x, just to give you an example, HCQS was supposed to be a life-saving drug during the COVID, So the entire consumption, just to give you a figure, because I was with IPCA at that point of time, and IPCA was one of the largest, HCQS manufacturers in the world. Our India market requirement was about 1 crore pills a year, That requirement went to 10 crores and the global requirement went to 100 crore, 30 crores. So 6 months inventory is going to only take you to 6 crores, how do you cater 30 crore requirement,
Unprecedented situation.
Unprecedented situation. So inventory did help, but that's not the end solution. We have to have better integration between all the value chain and key nodes of the supply chain, right from demand sensing to my vendors. That in my mind is non-negotiable going forward, how we can have a better collaborative mindset, have 3 C's, connected, communicate, and, contained.
I think I have a view on this. I think we cannot have a one solution fit all. We need to have I think a broad view, high level map of our supply chain. And 2 things are in our hand, something is not in our hand. What is in our hand? How flexible as a manufacturing and our supplier we are. That is in our hand, right? And how, what are our lead times, right? So if our footprint is such that you have supplier in China, you are manufacturing here, so a lot of time because of geographic locations will be there. So to respond faster, we'll have to have as far as possible, of course, looking at the cost levels, local footprint. That is one thing. And India is a direction where we should have a local supplier footprint that will give you huge advantage in lead time reduction. That is first point. Second point is that we cannot say that demand variation will not be there. But said that we should estimate some forecast error, and to safeguard against that, we should have a defined buffers. Buffers in finished good stocks. Some places it will be buffer in your raw material or purchased components. So I would like to summarize that we should have a high level map. We should have a lead time and lead time control processes. Third thing is that we should position inventory at appropriate places. We should have something in finished good stock, something in components, something in raw material, and that should be defined scientifically. And I think demand-driven methodology, which is emerging last couple of years, will help us to solve that. Practically, for us in SKF, we have footprint like our supply customers are in Europe, America, Latin America, and China. So we have created buffers at those locations. We have also stocks, finished good stocks here. We have certain items in raw material. So in nutshell, we will have to position the buffers and define buffer sizes, and instead of waiting for orders to come, we should fill the buffer, and we cannot have in made to order situation always. That's what my take on how we can be agile and responsive.
Priyanka, any other question we have today?
Yes, we have another question. It's from Ashok. He's asking, what technology solutions beyond ERP are you using from demand planning?
Okay. Anybody want to answer? Vikram?
So, I mean, any new age integrated business planning tool, I mean, that in my mind, and there are other companies like, JDA and O2 and Connexus who have built smart, tools and algorithms to, build a unified demand perspective. So those
And
are
I must
which
add
are coming up.
Anaplan, which is actually Anaplan, which
Anaplan.
is synchronized with SAP, and it's just like an Excel kind of a thing.
Correct. Even Anaplan, you're right.
Everybody loves Excel.
Yeah, all planners have the same thing. Yeah, Priyanka, any other thing?
Yeah, the last question is, this is the last question. The person is asking, how is blockchain being implemented in an effective way for the pharmaceutical industry?
Anybody? Bhupendra?
The blockchain, actually, we are using it for Egypt only as of now, because Egypt has made it mandatory. And we have started, we did only a few shipments because it's implemented 3 months back as a mandatory thing. So it's very easy to use. And yes, the traceability of the document, traceability of the payment is very easy. So few are the transactions are in pipeline, yet to be completed. So once it will be completed, I will be able to tell the real story all about. But yes, it will be beneficial to all the stakeholders in terms of transparency and mitigating the risk.
Okay. Sundar, your take, because you are also exporting.
See, we don't have Egypt shipments, but we have just started on the blockchain. So probably, I'll pass it on to others. Please, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So it's a track and trace system, and just like even because our government and because there are certain mandatory importing countries which we need to do. Otherwise, it's not mandatory. Still, that Dawa portal is still in the position. I think the date extended to April 22 by Government of India, and it will take time. So probably there will be some other forum where we can discuss in details about this blockchain and track and trace system. That's it. Yeah, Priyanka, anything else?
Yeah, no. There's no other questions.
Thank you, audience.
Yeah, but,
thank you, panelists.
Before winding up, I would like all of you to smile so that we can have a happy moment to capture.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Priyanka. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you all the leaders for adding value to this forum with your insightful discussion. Now, we have the third panel for the day, and the topic is Accelerating Manufacturing Supply Chain. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call moderator Mr. Subrat Kumar Sahu from JSW Steel, Sandeep Kothari from Orient Cement, Ram Nalavade from SKF, Vijay Kumar Gupta from Chetinath Cement, Birendra Kumar from Dalmia Cement, Prashant Kulkarni from Thermex, and Amit Arora from ACC Limited. I request Mr. Subrat Kumar to start the discussion. Maybe some network issue. He's before that, you all can give your introduction once he's there.
Let us start from the top left.
Yeah, good afternoon all. It's a pleasure to basically interact with all these stalwarts of the industry and with the audience on a very important topic of basically bringing in how to bring speed to manufacturing and supply chain. So basically, as a background, so I have around 2 decades of experience working in the construction and cement industry, majorly with ACC, and would love to interact with the elite panel and take the audience questions also. Thank you.
Well, good evening. This is Prashant Kulkarni from Thermex Pune. I'm just thrilled to have this on board of panel for I basically will comment on the both way. It's a pre-manufacturing supply chain and post-manufacturing supply chain. I suppose acting fast for ensuring levels of stock in both the raw material and product with the minimum optimal inventory, that should be the focus with it. And I'm absolutely ready to answer questions regarding this of supply chains. I've been in supply chain from last 30 years, working with many companies inland as well as in abroad. And I'm enjoying this journey of supply chain. I got privileged to have this supply chain in my life. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity out here with interacting with the panelists with eminent and also a lot of experience and expertise in the area of supply chain and manufacturing. So about myself, I have around 20 years experience, and currently I'm working with Dalmia Cement as the head of sales and operations planning. And before that, I had worked with majorly with ITC for around 12 years, and again operations and supply chain. Had a stint also with excited industries when I started my career, and also had stint with one pharma company. So some diverse experience. And cement recently it's around 1.5 year. So it's glad to connect once again, and would like to definitely contribute whatever I have the experience with today's discussion, and take up questions which people have it. So thanks, and once again, it's happy to be here.
Good evening. I am Vijay Gupta, working in Chettinad Cement and having a 25-year experience in logistic and supply chain. Past 20 years I am in cement industry. Prior to that, I was in pharma and FMCG. Thank you.
Hello, Ram Nalavade this side. I have 35 years of experience total. First 4 years I was with Bajaj Auto, and then last 31 years I am with SKF India. Initially on the shop floor for 4 years, and then in SKF I have worked in different verticals of say supply chain, from warehouse management, distribution, factory planning, and supplier planning. All areas I worked, and I'm basically a graduate engineer, and also I have done post graduation in supply chain management. I am APIX certified CP, IMC SCP, and last few years I am trying to learn demand driven methodology. So I am demand driven planning professional and demand driven planning leader, and supply chain is a passion for me.
Yeah, so Mr. Subrat, if you can, you're there, Mr. Subrat?
Yeah, Vishay, good evening, all of you.
Process, yeah.
In fact, I was, I'm late actually. I have 27 years of experience with mainly shipping and port operations and procurement. That is initially 10 years with Mittals, as well as after that for last almost 17 years with JSW Steel. So now I take care of new port development as well as procurement, as well as new business development in mining sector. So this is all about me. And I was supposed to moderate and join early, but I'm sorry, again, there are some meeting with the minister, so I had to go there. This is all about me, sir.
Yeah, so we can start the process, Mr. Subrat, with your...
Okay, we can start. Let's start, Mr. Birendra. He has got a vast expertise in Dalmia, and I had last time one interactive session with him also. So let's start with him. So then we will go to our eminent speakers.
Yeah, hi. So once again, good evening to all of you. And there is various topic which was there. So I chose to spoke on, demand forecasting and how its impact on cost. So I think it is one of the things which always part of supply chain planning, that how the demand planning and supply planning has to match, and what exactly has to factor, for demand planning. Because sometime, it's obviously in the current context, if you see, when we have a lot of disruptions out here, this is demand planning one of the factor which gives a lot of competitive advantage to the companies. Not only competitive advantage, but I would also say it's a cost competitiveness. So it's not only give you edge in terms of selling your products or be in the marketplace, but also probably cost is another factor. I'll just relate with some of the examples recently which we faced and how it has impacted the cost. Probably it's much related to cement industry. Recently there is a crisis of coal across power plants, right? The inventory level has gone down to maybe a day or two, and it was suspected that there is a major power crisis going to happen, right? And I'm sure that people working in the power plant, they must have done some work in terms of planning process, in terms of forecasting what exactly they should have the inventory levels and how they should work on this. But what happened is that because that is one of the primary sector, even the government cannot afford to have electricity goes off. So what happened? The impact which happened to us is we are not getting the rakes, right? So what happened because of that? We had to do a lot of extra cost I have to do from my budget, right? Because I have to move material from my integrated unit to grinding units. We normally used to send it by rake, which is much cheaper option for us. And what happened is because of certain this kind of disruptions, and which we are not anticipated, and it was not known, all of a sudden it has come as a blue to us, and the cost impact was something around 3 times. Suppose I used to send from one of my plant to another plant some 500 rupees per ton. I have to chuck out something around 1500 per ton. So can you see the kind of impact which we are having it? So in terms of my opening remarks, I would say demand forecasting in the current situation where there are a lot of disruptions there, we cannot go by the customized methods which we used to have it when the market was stable, when supply and demand were much more stable. Today, in the days and era of disruption, you don't know what exactly is going to happen tomorrow. So in this connection, I would say demand sensing is much more probably appropriate term. We need to sense each and every signal in the marketplace. We cannot afford to have some mathematical model. We cannot to have time series data, historical data that will predict what is going to happen today. But what is more impacting to us, and definitely if I go by that method, probably many companies that has been impacted. But what is more important to us today is the demand sensing. How I sense the demand from the market. From the marketplace, there are various factors. Economic agenda is one of the factor. There are other factors also which impacts a lot of things. So I would say that with my initial remarks, and I would like to listen from other co-panelists as well. This is what one of the factor which has impacted us. Another example, if I just quote it, probably from cement industry, people they can relate more. What happened is, if you see the demand of cement, normally Q1 is a much more bleak period for us. It's a lean period, right? But when you move from Q2 to Q3, it's probably it has to rise, it has to come up, right? But what happened is, even after Q2, things have not come up, and we had a huge kind of the demand which we projected, we are just fall flat. And because of which, you in the cement industry, what typically happens, you just dump it, the stocks out there, so that whenever the market opportunity arises, you take the first move advantage. You should lead the market. So that is the traditionally industry happens, and this is how we work it. But what happens when the demand didn't pick up? We had a lot of stocks, which now it's going into slops. So now I have to sell it, at a throwaway prices, right? So I'm sure that we as a professional understand what exactly is the demand planning, but definitely in the current situation where the disruption happens, when we don't know exactly what is going to happen in terms of demand of a particular product, particular commodity, it's very important for us to get to understand what is demand sensing and how to move forward. Because at one point in time, if you are increasing the inventory, if you're having a very high demand, if your bias is very positive towards for the demand forecasting, probably you are blocking your working capital. At the same time, if you have a negative bias to it, what is happening is you are losing the market share, right? So you are also having stock out. Your revenue will come down. So in this very crisis time, which is there as of now, probably it's a much more thought has to be given, not the traditional methods of going for regression analysis, going for time series data, going for the traditional methods we used to have it, but also we should understand how we can get the sensing, demand sensing, it's much more practical manner, so that we should get all stakeholding, sense from all the market conditions, from consumer, from customer, from market, from various industries, from attached industry to it, right? So I would say this is what my initial remark, and I leave it to the co-panelists to go with their agenda for the day to day. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Virendra, for your great learning for us. So, in fact, every time the more and more we discuss, more and more we are gaining knowledge on particular manufacturing supply chain from your side. And next, I can request Mr. Amit, who is the head of ACC. So I think he will be taking up speeding up manufacturing supply chain management.
Thanks, Subratji. It's a good opportunity to interact with such a esteemed panel and the audience. So I think it's a very, very relevant topic in the current era, when we see a lot of good speed and traction that we have seen in supply chains, which have become much more responsive. And the customer is also increasingly expecting shorter delivery time. But at the same time, reliability, responsiveness, and agility are the basic pillars on which the supply chain should basically stand. So I think to achieve this, I think what we have done is we have started using digital enablers. IoT is one of them. So we have now connected vehicles, which gives us much more visibility through RFID, GPS, and map tracking that for the customer delivery in time. And a lot of data is available, which gives us historically how much time is taken from the factory to the customer side. And this analytics enables us to improve the responsiveness in the routes where the time is more than or there is a deviation in the standard times. And to basically take a control of the entire set of things, control towers basically give us a very good standing of how we are basically managing the entire data and costs, because costs also are very important. So we need a responsive as well as lean supply chain. Customers are looking for product as well as service differentiation. So there are customers who want, so similar to an Amazon example, where a customer would be liking prime delivery and he would expect that delivery should happen in 24 hours. And similar way, there is a customer who's not very keen on that delivery because he already has stocks with him. So these kind of differentiation has to be handled by the supply chain. Now, speed is important, but at the same time, we need to look for drivers of cost competitiveness. So when we increase speed, we end up basically increasing our physical footprint, spending more resources on expediting, uh, ending up basically more inventories and overtime. So which basically erodes the profitability. So to basically, we should gain speed, add velocity to our supply chain, but at the same time, we should uh, drive also the key levers of cost, because an intelligent supply chain has to improve efficiency at the same time and reduce cost. So, and even in the new launching of new products, basically a customer is looking for how quickly we can add new products to the market. So the first element of speed here is how the marketing department has to get the demand signal and shape the product requirements. So they have to basically circle back with the design team of how the customer is basically reacting to the current product and how the demand is expected to pan out. And this agile product development basically starts with a minimum viable setup, and the launch to the market is done in bare minimum time. So that we are launching more products in less time. And when the customer sees company responding quickly to the changing needs and his requirements, they value this, and also basically it gives up a very good signals to the market about the responsiveness of the organization. And I think these are the key pillars to bring in much more visibility to the company's performance and their build a brand which is basically customer driven. So these are my inputs on this. Would love to hear other co-panelist inputs on the other topics.
Here, Mr. Particular, I would like to, it is not only for you, Mr. Amit. Just I was wondering, Miss, in the logistics, everywhere there is a renovations and out the box ideas, like our Zomato and Swiggy mostly, which are intra-city, they do the food delivery.
Right.
So, whether in cement also you can think of directly having some customer needs some product, maybe in bulk, maybe 50 bags or 20 bags, which you depending upon the costing and depending upon your operational feasibility, you can decide the number of bags. Then why it will not be a good idea to deliver the cements at the doorstep of the customers over a app or over any like Zomato and Swiggy, they have developed their own food app deliveries.
Yes.
Whether that will be a great innovative idea in India.
Yes. I think we have. I think we are very close to it, and at least for the channel partners, it's there. And it's good part is like the adoption rate is up to the 90%. So the channel partners are today getting the deliveries through web or app. Yeah. And the same is being done for the customer also.
Yeah.
One of the critical factor for commodities like cement, which is very heavy on high in volume, but value, if you see per bag value by volume, if you compare that ratio, and let's say I have a cigarette pack which is hardly maybe some 10 gram, 12 gram, something kind of thing, and the value will be something around 110 or 120 rupees. So, and carrying out that logistics cost, suppose a person like Zomato and these guys, they're carrying out, you have seen, must have seen their bags, the packing a lot of stuff when we are going for a particular route. They're definitely going for a route optimization methods, and when we are going to deliver it, probably he is carrying some 100 kind of parcels, right, which is having a probably high value. But probably cement, definitely one idea which is coming from Subrat, how this can be make it possible, feasible, cost effective, because the customer today, they cannot take in bulk. Probably they may not have so much of disposable money on particular day. So that's a really, as a professional of logistics, we need to see, because cost is one of the factor in cement industry. Logistics cost is maybe 23-24% of the entire cost which is having. So that is one of the critical factor itself, and that's why I was saying that it can be a competitive advantage and also a cost advantage to the company, because these are the critical things for any company which is having, running with commodity, where the cost, for logistics is very high. So I take the point, but obviously we need to have some innovative out of the box idea to take it to implementation stage, right?
Actually, I would like to
Yeah.
come in here. So, brother, you were asking that like Zomato, whether it is possible to have a distribution of cement through online applications and.
Sir, I will clarify my question. Sir, I will clarify my question in a better way so that you will be able to give more picture clarity on this. Actually, what was happening? Say, suppose there was an idea which like intracity food delivery, what Zomato and Swiggy are doing. Now, some company they are working out, and they're in the advanced version of, they're in the advanced stage of finalizing this also. They will be they were making a similar kind of delivery, but it will be in food sector. But the foods which can it should not be perishable. It should be at least the life should be minimum 24 hours. They are planning, suppose some corporate sector, they want some sorts of sweets from Calcutta to be brought to Delhi or to brought to Mumbai. So they will give a delivery. They will give do a booking for a particular booking. The quantity will be theirs. That depends on the costing they are working out. So if that is the case, now they will try to give the delivery of the food items from one city to another city within 24 hours. So I was thinking, why not cement? Because cement, okay, there will be definitely the cost factor, the cost of logistics. Either the customer or the company, somebody, even if the customer is buying a lesser quantity, maybe 20 bags or maybe 10 bags, definitely he's taking the transportation cost on his part. So what I was thinking that if cement now it has got the wide variety in all villages and in all, even if block areas, panchayat and other places, people are using cement. So everywhere there is a logistics issue. And if directly the company cannot take that delivery part, some app, something can be developed where the customer can give a booking. If it is not 24 hours, they can give the delivery within 48 hours. Like that, sir, I was trying to, it is a very crude stage of asking you this question. That was my intention to know whether we should try, and all the cement companies, they should go for similar type of delivery also.
Mr. Subrata Kumar, I have some different views regarding this. See, as an idea per se, this works out this to be very fantastic. But if a cement like commodities where the logistics cost is directly proportional to the bulk load, if a customer is there and who is ordered only for say around 5 bags, it may not be cost effective with the present logistics scenario. Suppose I'm ordering a five cement bags for me. It may not be possible for any cement manufacturing company to deal with their CFS, deal with their entire supply chain partners and deliver bag B to a customer. And I suppose
sir, here, sir, here one sorry to interrupt. Like what I am trying to mean, I mean to say, like Zomato, they have got now different hubs, and the cement companies they have different hubs, retailers, distributors. So from those distributors, from those retailers, the order should go to the nearest customer.
Exactly. That can be worked out with a normal 3PL logistics system. What we worked in our auto sector. I suppose Mr. Ram Nalaude will agree to me for that.
Yeah,
because
that's
all
yeah, I have something to share here.
Correct.
Yeah, year back or couple of years back, we were as a bearing manufacturer, we were not thinking of a distribution model which is similar to Zomato.
Correct.
But this is a fact. Escape has started online selling, and as Mr. Subrat Kumar was telling, that we have a integrated distribution management system. What we are doing, two things. See, if I go to my village, where I come from, I hear always that I do not get a escape bearing in my village or in town because our reach was not there. Our distributors were sitting in the towns and escape bearing was not available. But with this integrated distribution management, we are adding retailers, and also we are creating platform where a person from the village can place order of a bearing on that application. He can access through mobile and place order, and nearby dealer, this order will be transferred and he will deliver in let us say specified lead time. So that is actually reality, and we will see a big penetration because of that. One more thing is that with the integrated distribution management, now visibility of the stocks across supply chain has to improve. A couple of years back, we do not have any visibility beyond our dealers. We were just trying to understand what is the stock with dealer. Today, not only distributor, but beyond that dealer, we will have a stock visibility, and in total system there is enough stock, but certain places there is overstock, certain places there is understock. So rebalancing stock will be available because of this technology, and that is going to give a great advantage. There are very good success stories, and they are using this model of daily planning or daily replenishment of dealers. Inventories will go down in total, and service will improve drastically. There are many success stories based on the fundamentals of TOC and buffer penetration. So, Subrat Kumar, I will not be surprised after 2 years, Mr. Amit will come and say that I can deliver two cement bags at doorstep of individual who wanted to consume only 2 cement bags. That's what my view on this question.
Absolutely. Yeah, Mr. Ram, actually, thank you very much, because I was really not knowing, and most of the people, they may not be knowing that you have in such advanced stage of delivering the product at the doorstep. It is really a great initiative, but it is commercially, sir, already it is implemented, or it are going to implement, sir?
It is started. It is getting scaled up. We are in the beginning learning phase, but we are sure that it will be a success. And one big advantage that will be happening. One big advantage that will be happening, that spurious bearings, what are getting sold in the name of big brands, because of this direct online ordering and delivery through a designated distributors and retailers will restrict this spurious bearing sale in the name of big brands.
Also, if you see cement, we have started the transshipment points. Okay, so may not exactly like what you were talking about bearings or other products which is happening, but yes, what we do is we just take a load of truck and try to station somewhere near the market, near the demand points, right? So from there it is getting distributed in smaller lots based on the requirement by dealers, sub-dealer, and those kind of stuff. But yes, this has to go and long, and probably things more innovation will come, more ideas will come in order to what Mr. Ram is saying for cement as well in days to come.
Yeah, it is basically, I think, you need to be near to customer for that.
Yeah.
And how you create that nearing to customer, that is, the win for the market, that era will act as.
Because that's saving, that's doing a lot of cost saving, because if you're taking to depot, again from depot to customer, so we are adding one more leg of
loading and unloading.
Yes, so those costs we are saving it exactly. So let's see how the market penetrates in terms of demand centers, demand points, and how we can scale it up this particular model. But we started in few markets this particular model is working.
Only thing, we need to see, directly proportional to the inventory carrying cost.
Yes.
That is the only thing, we need to take care for that.
Yeah. So stock on wheel is anyway the concept which is running, but definitely, you need to, to put up the demand actually, because how many days that vehicle will be standing to certain points, and how many such customer will come. So those kind of sensing, demand, and it will be very important for us.
But still in village, there is no constant demand now. So from village to city or third C category city, about 20 to 25 kilometers. So mostly customers come to collect the material from city. Our dealer are unable to deliver the material in village, interior village, because not regular frequently mode of operation is available, transportation. So this interior village market is still unexplored, where the customer we cannot reach there. So this demand is depend on the end use customer. They come to nearby city, 20 kilometer, 30 kilometer, their own vehicle, then we deliver the cement.
राइट सो वहां से छोटी सिटीज में बैलगाड़ी है, इवन टमटम है, हाथी है, lot of such छोटा हाथी, the small vehicles has come up now.
Actually, I think we need to talk or debate more on pre-side of it, where my raw material is getting converted into my product. We are more now into product to customer. So instead of that, we need to more deliberate on my raw material to my product, and how agile things I need to endorse to my supplier base. How I'm getting this with the least or nil material least inventory cost to my production, how my warehousing is delivering to my customer, and how agile that the system is. There, I suppose we need to be more in our case, in Thermax, it's a unique supply chain that we are practicing. We do not have any standard product. We customize our product based on our customers' need. So every product is, first of its kind of product for its start. You take example of motor, you take example of pump, you take example of entire fabrication. It is entirely a new product all the time. And there we need to require more agile, more technically soundness, more, RFT, right, first time to be possible in every product what we manufacture. And inversely, needless to say, it is directly proportional to the time available. And nowadays, our customers has a demand that I need to have a boiler for, say, erection within 7 months. While as I have some wall delivery from giant L&T or KSB is, 6 months for wall. So entire activity remains me for only 1 month. And there the supply chain skill that arises. So normally in our company, we practice, as rightly said, near to customer. We locate a customer near to a site so that the transportation is less. And our transportation is more or less, it is oversized cargoes. It is not a standard one. In majority case, we do with the ODC transportation always, where we need to deal with many agencies. We need to survey the roads, we need to survey the tunnels, we need to survey the heights of the roads and everything for that. And that is one of the reasons supply chain plays a major role into it, to go near to the site, near to a customer. These applicable for a huge fabricators, but this equally applicable to even small bought out materials. Suppose that is one component, and I need to, maybe my supplier is doing that component for me only for one time. To manage his time with the visibility concept, with his inventory carrying cost concept, and meanwhile what happens, when we are majority, you all are cement people, my customers, we always deal with boiler with a tender basis. The tender open in January and the job comes. And the job comes for execution in month of, say, August, September. So in that 9 to 10 months, I just cannot predict the cost of a material. And this gives a terrific burden to a supply chain person to manage entire thing within the budget. If you see the present scenario for last 6 months, steel has, literally heated us like anything. Where I used to buy a steel of 38 rupees a kilo, now it is 78. And none of my customer is agreeing to give me a price rise for the steel. And there comes the picture, the real war of a cost. I suppose one is, we need to very near to our customer. I need to have my supplier base very near to me to monitor it, to have actual visibility of it. Second thing, in our case, we have more with reviewing of suppliers. Once I assess them, then I need to completely evaluate for a periodic period whether he bought a raw material, whether he converts that, whether he has done subcontracting of it, is the subcontractor proper working for it, in order to get a judgment for my final product. And as we all are we must have a digitalization to our warehouse. How much fast I'm putting the things to my customer. And that has been really challenging for a project-based company specifically, because no atom is a standard-based atom. And we have equal pressure of inventory as well. One component come, the subsequent component which is going to fit is not come. Then I used to carry a inventory that blockage my entire my fund capital. That initial burden. There are we are been. And with this entire things we practice many innovative things into it, where the some advanced shipments are carried out, some integration is carried out, the demand planning, what people were talking about. In our case, that is our game is totally with the demand planning. How integrated system we should have for demand planning, and that is that is for our project kind companies. I expect the views of another respective panelists for that as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Prasant. Yeah, but it is a unique type of supply chain. What you told, we have never experienced this. Yeah. So, but directly, Mr. It is all the time B2B custom B2B logistics or
no? If I
B2C
say,
logistics also is there.
No, logistics case, B2B as well is there, because major of the things are getting to my company, we convert it. And in some cases, it is B2C as well. For example, suppose I am doing some job with L&T. So it will be from B2C directly. But if I'm dealing with JSW to buy a steel, it will be B2B for me.
Right. Okay. So thank you very much. So then we'll go to Mr. Ram. So we'll hear from him. Mr. More about SKF. How do they manage the supply chain?
Actually, supply chain, as everybody is agreeing, that it is becoming more and more complex. What is happening, that our footprint, like we are sometimes importing material from China, raw material and rings, and we are making bearings here and supplying to Europe and all that. So first challenge is that footprint. So SKF has decided to have a local for local, so that most of the cases, raw material supplier, factory and customers will be focused in that region, because when we surveyed, close to 30% to 40% of goods were on ship. And when it is shipped, it is not adding value to anything, right? So footprint was the first thing which SKF has tried to address. Second thing is that we are talking about end-to-end visibility. And a global planning concept means earlier it was a decentralized planning. Now, let us say factory in Pune is supplying to domestic customers as well as overseas customers. So entire planning of factory warehouse, regional warehouse, distribution center will be done by one single person. And that same person will be responsible for demand planning of that particular item, also factory planning and supplier planning. And if he has to do that job across end to end, he need to have a integrated planning system in place, so that he has a visibility of all the nodes. Right. So that is the system part. Second part is that we are trying to employ forecasting tools like optimizers to sense demand of a distribution market, and then whatever advanced analytics and all that is used to gather the demand. But for OEM customers, instead of going for this high-tech demand analytics and all that predictive model, we are trying to integrate with our main customers, wherein we are trying to understand from each customer, like automotive customers are, for example, I am taking big customer. We are engaged with those customers and trying to understand how their demand is evolving. And we are not challenging why it is changing fast, right? Because maybe giant like Maruti, because of chips problem, they are also fluctuating a lot. So instead of challenging why it is fluctuating, we are thinking how we will respond better. That is the approach. And for that, we have FIB concept, forecasting of individual business and the area of demand sensing is not a secondary job. It has become a priority job now. And key account managers and customer service teams are using those applications and trying to put what will be the demand of Maruti for this month, next month for a midterm and a long term. And that is fed in our manufacturing planning system. And we are trying to change, means we are trying to plan every day. So planning buckets have become narrow. 15 years back, planning was done once in a month. Few years back, it was a weekly. Now it is a daily planning. If something is not moving out, and if I have possibility to stop that, I do that. If something is going up from demand side, I should be in position to accelerate that. So second is a daily planning. Third thing is that wherever inventory is required, we have to keep it. We cannot say that no inventory anywhere and just in time. Just in time will not work always. So scientifically defined buffers at right position is very important. So if I summarize, it is position of the buffers, pull through buffers and protect. And second thing is that somebody was telling, Mr. Prashant, we were telling that we were focusing on distribution side, but we should focus on supplier side. You are absolutely right.
Correct.
Today, for us, Escape, what is the challenge? If I map a total supply chain, biggest challenge is my steel mill. Steel mills today are quoting 3 months. Maybe Escape can produce bearing in a week's time if components are available. But if steel mill is saying 3 months, how do I do? So a rough cut capacity planning with steel mill has to be done. We can book the capacity that I am going to consume, let us say 5,000 metric ton from a particular steel mill. I will book that capacity at aggregate level. When time comes, I will say that size-wise distribution is like this. And there is a bearing steel making campaign, and I will, if I align to that campaign and if I can reduce the lead time, it gives huge advantage. So breaking the chain so that bullwhip pipette doesn't pass, collaborating with customers as well as supplier, and trying to become flexible inside the manufacturing or our own company. These are the things which are, I think, will help us to compress the lead time and being more agile, and will be responding faster to mix change as well as a volume change. That's my take on this total visibility, agility, and improving customer service.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So we'll go next to Mr. Vijay. So here, Mr. Vijay, you can tell us more about how you are managing in spite of all this COVID and tough time. How are you managing your supply chain? And the last time I have remembered, you were telling it was really, you were in a great tough situation to manage the supply chain and logistics. So you can now, I think the problem now, it has improved, or it has as it is?
No, sir. This last 1 year, sir, all commodities are very high. Price is very high, sir. Whether you take steel, aluminum, copper, cement, etc. So customer is not continuous to the giving the order continuously. Now our main focus is to how to run the plant in better utilization capacity to dispatch the material every day to more maximum utilization of the capacity. So now our distribution network is a very important and crucial. So now we have to, customer does not have the patience. So we need the zero tolerance, means if any order we receive, focus on each order and each time. So this will be utilization. Still plant is running 50 to 60% capacity after the sharp hike in the cement price also current month. So we are not getting the regular and full order from customer, and customer is more focused on pricing method also. So what we are doing, sir, as per the plant capacity, we are create the more rail and road distribution point, go down and stock on wheels. Stock on wheels means we dispatch the material from plant and stand the nearby city or depot bases. So customer is able to get the material. Still, cost is also, logistic cost is also important. Due to this, diesel price also there. So we do not want to more second or third time diversion or unloading or loading process is there. So our material is reached the city, and since cement market is morely till 10 or 11 am, so we are keeping the material ready and we are supporting to our marketing team. They get the order early and we supply the material immediately. Now customer is also giving the order anytime, so we have to fulfill the order anytime. And this railway is support to us, all cement industry, to expand their network, because road can dispatch only 400 kilometer, 500 kilometer. For when beyond that, we are utilizing about 25% material is moving through rail. So this will be better utilization of the plant capacity. But still constraint is there. Customer, it is all contract are long-term. Price are fixed in contractor basis, all contract type. So market is not accepting the much variance in the cement price as well. So these are the still challenges is there, but we are continuous focus on to supply the right material, right time, right place. So it will be help us to maximum utilization of our capacity. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. At least now we all are on time. So, but Priyanka, now you can go ahead for your next program. Or in the meantime, if any of the audience have questions.
Yes, we have audience question. Yes, we have audience question. 1 second. So the audience question is from Partha. He's asking, what is the role of supply chain in creating winning strategies for the company?
Shall I take it?
Sure. Anyone can take it.
See, for a supply chain, I particularly give supply chain more preference to a procurement kind of a thing. You know, the agent mode of a business was selling price equal to cost plus profit. Correct. Now the scenario got changed, that profit is equal to selling price minus cost. So unless and you draw down cost, your company cannot earn profits out of it. The profits may be with your fixed cost, or more or less it will come from your variable cost. Variable cost includes starting from your ERE percentage, starting from your inventory cost, your procurement cost, and normal scenario procurement cost contributes more than 60%, 60 to 75%. It is the average ratio of it. So the guy who is controlling 60 to 70% of the cost of the product, if he can save 1 rupee of it, it gets directly added to his bottom line. And that is, I suppose, the major role of getting profit centric kind of a supply chain is with supply chain manager.
That's what exactly is. Just to add, what Mr. Prasad is saying. So let's say in cement, if your cost is around 23% is logistics cost. I'm just talking only one cost of supply chain, no, not other cost. Okay, it's a 23%. So if you have business base of a revenue of something around 10,000 crores, and if you save just 1 or 2%, can you imagine how much bottom line you adding to it? So this is what the kind of scale which we are talking, for the supply chain, how it can, it can give a winning edge or competitive edge, which the person is asking the question. It's having a huge impact on the bottom line. With such a small saving, you are creating a big leap to the company. So that is what.
Just to add to Mr. Birendra, I would here also like to discuss about the responsiveness that the companies can try to meet the customer requirement. So if a lot of times, if the availability of the product is there, particularly if you see the entire value chain, though there are a lot of bullwhips, there are supply and demand variations, but if you still make your product available at site, the customer will not go empty-handed. So that's also one of the objective of supply chain team, to get a winning edge in the marketplace.
Absolutely correct. I do 100% agree to this.
Yeah, we have another question now. It's from Sameer. He's asking, which automation technology project are you running in your supply chain and logistics?
There are a lot of such initiative which is happening, at supply chain. So just to talk about even optimizer or optimization engine, which we run through, in terms of optimizing the cost, logistics cost through source and mode. So that is one thing. But apart from that, there are a lot of initiative in terms of vehicle upsizing, one such example, which is there for a particular route or sector which we are there. We also trying to do depot space optimization, inventory optimization. So there's a lot of stuff which is there supply chain which we are carrying out in terms of whenever opportunities are there. So a lot of such initiative which is there. Practically, when people are working in the company in the supply chain role, they're having this kind of purview to work on.
In our case, we normally use with automation techniques. If a demand planning is there, we normally use Primavera tool. And for a supply chain, we have a robust Oracle platform or LN platform. In our some divisions, we have a SAP platform from where we equate MRP planning, and that is gives a very good advantage edge for inventory control as well as demand planning.
Exactly. So MRP is one of the main core of the SAP which people use for planning process, so that you can control exactly the inventory or also the demand based on the replenishment mode actually.
Now, sir, in another case, if a company having a multi-brand like Sri Cement, ACC, now Chettinad also 2 brand or 3 brand. So we are cross manufacturing to each location wise product manufacturing. So a lot of logistic cost we saved. So one product earlier it was travel product 300 to 400 kilometer. Now due to cross manufacturing, this reduced to 100 kilometer or 200 kilometer. So this is also in mostly companies adopting this. Another is we are calculating the logistic cost based on delivery cost method. So we are metrics destination wise, which plant is nearest. So we are so where is the travel distance is less, we are supplying the material. Obviously our cost will be less. So this is the now those who are huge logistic cost industry, we follow the same practice, mostly in mineral industry.
Yes, we have the last question. It's from Amit. He's asking, are you using advanced analytics? Where is it delivering the best results?
Yeah, I think this supply chain control tower and logistics control tower, actually they give us a lot of data basically to have a kind of a meaningful decision and to basically be very, very responsive to how the needs of the customer are changing. Particularly when you are launching a new product, you will see a lot of demand variations across markets. The marketing, the impact of marketing campaigns. So whether you need to put more effort onto marketing or sales drive, that the product gets those ramp up numbers. So all of this is very useful when you are launching new products, and also when you are basically trying to increase the market share or penetration of the existing set of products. So these are the areas I think that there we get maximum results out of this analytics. Plus also to reduce cost, because transport control tower gives us good amount of data from the IoT devices, which basically enable us to take corrective actions in case some journey mapping needs to correct, or some L2 movements are happening and you need to avoid it. So geomax optimization and all of this will be basically done from this data only. So this data analytics has, I think, a very good impact of saving cost and delivering to the customer in a much better manner.
Also, what I just said to Amit, we started using AI-based, AWS services and start doing the order prediction actually using AI platform through AWS. So we started, it's just started. I mean, we are trying to validate from that prediction versus what exactly is coming actual. So we started that journey as well. And obviously in days to come, AI/ML journey will, it will strengthen further, in terms of enhancing our supply chain and efficiency, also the agility part.
Sir, in this your system, AI system, retail customer is there, sir? Only till dealer?
Yes. So the dealer, they have to punch the order. So we are trying to see that how exactly it works. We just started, on experimental basis.
Yes.
We have taken Amazon Web Service platform, to do this production actually. Yeah.
That's all the question. Now I request everyone to smile so that we can have the happy moment to capture. Yeah. Okay. Thank you all the esteemed leaders for making this discussion rich with your thoughts.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Priyanka.
so much.
Now, the most awaited moment of the evening has come to an end, a precious moment to celebrate success and innovation. Inflection Awards are India's most prestigious awards in supply chain, logistics, procurement, technology, marketing, and organized by Alden Global Value Advisors. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Now, let's start the celebration with the first award for Supply Chain Excellence Award Pharma 2021, which goes to Bharat Bhushan Rathi from Mankind Pharma.
Thank you.
I
Thank you
request
so
him
much,
to receive the
Priyanka.
award.
Thank you so much, Priyanka. It's been always pleasure that when your efforts, when your team efforts, and when your company's efforts is recognized. And thank you, Eldon. Thank you, Inflection Awards, for recognizing us. And this award goes to my team who are putting day in and day out so that our desired results can come and we can beat our competition even in this crisis movement. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I request Mr. Bharat to smile so that we can capture this moment. Congratulations, great show. Congratulations, Bharat, great show. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Next award for Logistic Project of the Year Cement 2021 goes to Chetinath Cement. I request Mr. Vijay Kumar Gupta to receive the award and speak a few words on this.
Thank you, madam. Logistics is a major role in the all industry, and it is a team effort, not an individual. And this platform, lot of new things we are learning and understanding. So this is help us to all innovative idea implemented through technological part of those are supporting. Thanks, madam. Thank you very much.
Let's capture this happy moment, Vijay. Congratulations. Please smile so that we can capture it. Thank you. Congratulations. Good job. Next award for Logistic Leader of the Year Chemicals 2021 goes to Tapasvi Vivian. I request Tapasvi to receive the award and speak a few words on this.
Thank you, Namra. Thank you, Priyanka. Thank you, Alden, for this, and all the panelists and the jury members who have educated this award. Well, it's been a team effort. Actually, what all the other panelists also told. It's been really their effort that we have come till here, and last year we performed outstandingly to deliver to all the customers. So thank you very much.
Congratulations, Tapasvi. Great show. Please smile so that we can capture this moment. Thank you. Next slide, please. Next award goes for Chief Supply Chain Officer of the Year Wellness 2021 that goes to Manoj Kothari from Zydus Wellness. I request Manoj to receive the award and share his thoughts on this achievement. Congratulations, Manoj.
Thank you, Priyanka and Inflection team. I think it's an honor to receive award on behalf of my India team and the global team, both procurement, sourcing, and the entire logistic and customer service team. It's really honor to be, receiving this award. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next award goes to Jenny Mode for cross-border B2B supply chain in home fashion startup. I request Anuj to come and speak few words on this achievement. Well done.
Hey, thanks, Priyanka. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Alden. I feel really honored. I think this is a start for Genie Mode, but we're really looking forward to disrupt this cross-border space through technology and solving these supply chain challenges for this cross-border trade. Well, I'm really excited for this change that we are bringing in, and really honored to receive this award. Thanks once again.
Congratulations, Will. You can smile so that we can capture this moment. Thank you. Award for Women CEO of the Year Healthcare TNS 2021 that goes to Ashwini from Manorama Info Solutions. I request Ashwini to receive the award and speak few words on this achievement.
I feel elated and humbled to win the Inflection Award as a Woman CEO of the Year 2021. With continuous innovation in healthcare IT, we have delivered large digital health projects across the globe. Even we have worked very aggressively in this pandemic COVID phase. I would like to thank the organizers for this prestigious award and recognition. And ultimately, thanks to my team for bringing this success in the company. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Ashwini. You can smile so that we can capture this moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tech Solution of the Year Supply Chain Finance 2021 goes to Wifin Solutions Private Limited. I request Vijit Nair to come and speak a few words on this achievement. I request Tanuj to come and speak few words on this. Tanuj, you're on mute.
Am I audible now? Hello?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah.
You're not visible, but.
Just 1 second there. Okay. Can you see me now?
Yes.
So yeah, thanks a lot, Priyanka. Thank you, Inflection Awards team. Thank you, Alden Global. It's a great honor to achieve this. Our team has worked really hard in the past 12 months for this. I would like to dedicate this to my entire team, especially the product team. And we look forward to doing our best in the coming years as well.
Congratulations, great show. You can smile so that we can capture this moment. You're not visible.
Oh, just one second. How about now?
Yeah. Thank you. Last award for 40 under 40 Startup Entrepreneur Home and Fashion 2021 goes to Tanuj Kangwani from Jennymood. I request Anuj to come and receive the award. Congratulations, well done.
Thanks. Once again, thanks, Alden. This is a even bigger achievement, but I think it's all possible because of my team that's working with me. I hope we continue to do.
Anuj, you are not audible.
Oh, is it?
So we won Tech Solution of the Year, Supply Chain Finance.
Yeah, you're not audible actually.
Big credit goes to Chintan. Congrats, bro. Yeah, सब share होगा.
Let's conclude.
Am I audible now?
Yes, so audible, but not visible.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, thanks, Priyanka. Thanks, Alden. I'm just saying thanks to this award once again. Feeling really great about this. Thank you.
So one of our clients nominated us.
अरे इनको इस लैपटॉप में हमने दे दिया था कॉर्प वाईफाई उसको भी दे दो.
Thank you. Thank you.
इसमें I think कॉर्प वाईफाई का एक्सेस दिया गया.
Congratulations to all the awardees out there. Thank you top leaders and delegates for sharing your contribution and make this rich discussion. Hope you all will be able to carry the thoughts of the day to build a robust roadmap and strategies. We thank our goal partner. See you at our next Procurement Innovation Web Conference and Awards on 22nd November 2021.
क्या था मीटिंग थी?
कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है ऑल इंडिया के लोगों की।
यस, तो फिर उसमें क्या करना था आपको?
उसमें अपन बोलते हैं क्या काम करता। अभी अवार्ड मिला है उसमें
तुम्हें।
चिट्टी नट की तरफ से।
चिट्टी नट
कंपनी को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं ना ऑल इंडिया के आदमी सभी कंपनियों में।
तो आपने चिट्टी नट को
मैंने रिप्रेजेंट किया तो उसमें अवार्ड मिला।
नहीं, वो तो अवार्ड मिला है, पर तुम्हारा नाम दिया गया था।
हाँ आया है, फॉर्म भरते हैं ना कौन कौन से लेते हैं, डाटा लेते हैं।
वो तो लेते हैं, तो आपका नाम कैसे रिकमेंड हुआ?
सुबह से आकर जाकर लेते हैं।
तो ऐसा भी कौन कौन सब लोग बैठे थे? कितने लोग थे?
करीब थे 1000-2000 होंगे, वो तो कनेक्ट रहते हैं ना।
हाँ वो तो थोड़े, पर आपको फिर आपको बस आपने चिट्टी पे
हम क्या क्या अच्छा करते हैं, क्या इंडस्ट्री में चल रहा है।
क्या मिलेगा इससे तुम्हें? आपको क्या मिलेगा? तो आप किसको बोल रहे थे ये सब चीजें? हेड होता है कोई? बोलते ही नहीं है। किसको बोल रहे थे आप ये सब इंटरव्यू में? इंटरव्यू में किसको बोल रहे थे आप? किसको बोल रहे थे सब आप?
और भी कंपनियों के लोग रहते हैं।
हाँ, तो आप किसको बोल रहे हैं? मैन
जो लोग उस पर कनेक्ट रहते हैं, जैसे टीवी में देखते हैं ना।
तो आप कह रहे हैं अवार्ड मिलेगा मुझे?
मिल गया, अभी आएगा, कॉपी आएगी इसकी, हार्ड कॉपी सब कॉपी आएगी, सर्टिफिकेट बस। हाँ बोलो। कल तिरुपति से निकली होगी आज। जो भी है। कन्याकुमारी नहीं हो, कल बारिश हो रही थी बहुत, जब वो वैसे ही हुआ ये
कन्याकुमारी, तिरुपति और मीनाक्षी
मदुरई,
और
4 जगह हुई है।
हाँ भैया एक दोस्त पे टिकट लगवा दें।
ठीक है, दोस्त पे नहीं, उस दिन भी गए थे ना वो, तो जिस दिन जा रही थी उस दिन भी गए थे भैया, बोल रहे थे मैं जाऊंगा। नहीं घर पे गए थे। मैंने बोला था टीका और माला चढ़ाया ना, पता नहीं क्यों नहीं गए। मैंने बोला था उनसे, बोला मैं तो मैंने बोला चले गए ना उसमें क्या है। तो नहीं होगा, उसको नहीं होगा, मैंने बोला तो होता है।
क्या कह रही हूँ मैं दोस्त आए भैया मेरी, चलो बढ़िया खाना वाना खा के गए तो घरेलू बातें करते हैं। हाँ खाना मैंने भैया से जाने वाले होंगे ना, आपकी तो कह रही थी वो जाएगी कानपुर, घर का हो गया सेटलमेंट।
कानपुर
कलकत्ता कहाँ वो जॉब है कानपुर कलकत्ता, तो मैंने क्या हो गया सेटलमेंट फ्लैट
चल रहा है, अभी हुआ नहीं है।
हाँ बात हुई
दिवाली पे जो बात थी तुम्हारे सामने,
एक तो तीनों की कोई तला मसौरा नहीं है, सबके अपने अपने दिमाग हो गए हैं। भैया तुम कहूँ में टाइम कमांड रख रहे हो, उनके एक्चुअली बच्चों को उनके हक में ना आने कैसे बेच नहीं ले रहे बच्चा।
कौन के?
भैया के एक ही तो बेटा है,
तो वो तो ले रहा है ना, मगर बात हुई थी मेरी।
अभी नहीं पाए, पता नहीं काश सोचा बेचारी कर रहे हैं, इतना
देख रहे हैं,
लगा रहे हैं
गुनाह का माल।
तो भैया एक बार मंजिल नहीं हो गई, पूरी हो गई ना, इन्हें जब लेना वो डिसाइड करना होगा तब ले लेंगे, तो लाइफ खत्म हो गई ना। हाँ मैं नहीं जा रहा हूँ, वो पर वापस लेके गए तो जाएंगे मेरा मन नहीं लगता। और मैंने उनको बात वो कनागत में जेल नौता बहुत तारीफ कर रही थी, चेंज हो गई होगी भैया, बरसात रखनी होगी वहाँ में, सब खिलाओ पिलाओ बढ़िया सब दाम। फिर कह रही भैया बोल रहे बिहेवियर अच्छा नहीं है मेरे, मतलब अच्छा नहीं करती। अब हमने अब एक दिन में तो वो अच्छा अच्छा कर रही है सामने, तो हम तो अच्छे ही बोले, लेकिन तो जो रहते हो ना वो वही वाली बात है। अब साथ के संगे जो रहे बरते वो जानते हो, वो तो फिर बोलने लगी जो सब अच्छे से तो कह रही मैंने कुछ करो तो बता देना, मैंने अपनी तरफ से पूछा
तो पैसे भेज देंगे।
नहीं मेरी तो सुनते नहीं है, बहुत पैसे लक्ष्मी चंदी
साड़ी भेज देना, एक कपड़ा भेज देना।
अभी अपन साड़ी देख के आए ना हम सामान
वो साड़ी खत्म हो गई ना, तो
पहले बात सुना करो, ज्यादा
इसकी साड़ी तो भेजनी पड़ेगी ना कपड़े।
तो हमने जो कही कुछ कर रही हो क्या, कह रही अभी नहीं कर रहे, मैं भी कुछ ही नहीं कर रही, जब प्रमिला वो करेगी ना, एकादशी चल रहा है प्रमिला का, तो बाटे में सब लोग आएंगे तो फिर बैठे मैं अपना कर लूँ, जो कह रही वो तो साथ में हो जाएंगे दोनों, तुम लोग बार बार तो आओगे नहीं ना, ठीक है प्रमिला का चल रहा है एकादशी का, हमने कहा तो हो गए एकादशी को ज्ञापन।
क्या कह रही तो फिर मैं तो भैया को बोले है, तुमको तो यहीं पे रहो, तुम तो अब कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, भाई लगा लो। अब तो
तुम वाली लगा लूंगा,
तुम जाओगे कहीं मन लगेगा नहीं,
फिर वो मनु लग जाए तो 15 दिन बाद फिर भगेंगे, क्या मतलब है। तो हाँ फिर कहने लगी बच्चा जाने कब डिसीजन लेंगे, सोचा विचारी कर रहे हैं। सुनो हाँ मोबाइल चला मेरे
बोलो बोलो। एक्चुअली उनको तो वहीं पे रहना चाहिए, मन लगेगा नहीं वहाँ पर।
मकान तो कभी भी चाहिए, तो आज बोले तब बेच जाओ, वो 2-5 लाख ऊपर के नहीं है,
55-60 लाख बोल रहे हैं वो, पता नहीं
जो भी है। मैंने कि वो तो जब अपने कोई चीज बेचो तो बोली लगा दो, हर प्लेट दबा दो, एक पेपर पर डलवा दो, फलाना फलाना मकान, ऐसे लोग गिट्टी की तरह टपक पड़े।
अब मकान किसके नाम से करोगे? मकान किसके नाम से होगा तुम बताओ भी?
जो नया लेंगे
हाँ
तो भैया के नाम से
हाँ, अभी बच्चों के नाम से कर दोगे तो चक्कर लगाओगे।
वो तो अभी तो भैया
वही वाली बात है ना, अभी
क्यों वो मकान का पैसा बेच रहे हैं तो सही बात है, पूरा वो तो नहीं लगाएंगे।
उस दिन प्रसाद नहीं था, वैसे मैंने बोला नहीं, मैं नहीं बोला आप पहला नाम अपना डलवाना, दूसरा नाम प्रसाद का डलवाना,
फिर बेशक मरने के बाद तुम सही बात है, आज तुम कुछ नहीं कहो बेटन की भैया का हो जाए,
काम घूमोगे फिर बताओ,
घूमोगे भैया कोई हालत हो जाए,
पहले अपना नाम डलवाओ, तुम्हारे हाँ तुम्हारे जाने के बाद अपने आप प्रसाद का हो जाएगा वो। दोबारा कागजी कार्रवाई की जरूरत नहीं है।
सभी के यहाँ यही होता है भाई, पापा गए तो जीजी का हो गया, जीजी का फिर जीजी के बाद फिर बच्चों ने अपने आप निपटारा कर लिया।
वही तो कह रहा हूँ, पहले आप अपना नाम डलवाओ फिर।
तो अपने तो पापा के मम्मी का भी नहीं मकान था,
वो तो अपन भैया के नाम से करवाया है ना, अपन ने किसी को प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी ना, इसलिए अपन ने बात नहीं की। फिर पापा के नाम से होता है तो फिर
हुआ अपनी घर
अपन को चाहिए नहीं था ना, जिसको प्रॉपर्टी चाहिए वो चीजें देखता है, तो अपने देखी नहीं है शुरू से।
छोड़ रहे हो एक प्रॉपर्टी, एक बीघा जमीन छोड़ रहे हो यार, कैसे लड़ाइयाँ हो रखी हैं
अपन को क्या चाहिए, अपने पैसे से खरीदो।
तो कौन सी कमी थी, आज फ्लैट ले रहे हैं वहाँ पे बेवाह में दिन रात है, तो बिन्ने का घर को इसका छोड़ दो।
आप समझो नहीं, मकान कौन ले रहा है,
मैं बाहर जाना नहीं चाहता, छोटे जी आएगी,
मकान कौन ले रहा है,
छोटे भी आई,
मकान कौन ले रहा है, उनकी थर्ड जनरेशन ले रही है ना।
कौन की ले रही है,
जिया जी का लड़का ले रहा है ना मकान।
पैसा कौन ला है,
अरे लेकिन वो किसके लिए लिया जा रहा है,
हाँ वो तो वही
जिया जी को तो जरूरत नहीं है ना,
बिल्कुल उनकी तो वो मैंने जाना नहीं है,
जाना नहीं है, लेकिन अब लैंड लेने के बाद उनको भी इधर ही आना पड़ेगा।
और वो तो नो गारंटी इन फ्यूचर हम तो नहीं जाएंगे।
अरे यार तो रोटी कौन बनाए खाएगा,
तो अभी तो सही है, अभी तो
10 साल और सही रहेगी, उसके बाद कौन लैट्रिन बाथरूम करेगा। वो मकान कोई मकान का लिए खरीदता है, रहने के लिए खरीद रहा है ना, उसका किराया तो उठाने को खरीद रहे हैं।
वो इन फ्यूचर अपनी मान्यता नहीं,
वो ग्वालियर आ जाएगी, तो वो भी ग्वालियर आ जाएगा, या ग्वालियर से बोरेन अप डाउन करेगा वो
करेगा ना, अप डाउन नहीं करेगा,
जिया जी का रहेंगे,
यही तो बुरे नहीं रहेंगे,
तो कौन बनाएगा खाना,
जब तक दीदी का हाथ में चले तब तक वही है।
तो हाथ में चलने की कोई उम्र थोड़ी होती है, सीमा, किसी के 5 साल चलते हैं, 2 साल चलते हैं, 10 साल चलते हैं, हो सकता है अंतर चल जाए, चलते हैं, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा, वो तो किसी को पता नहीं है ना। अब एक बार वो यदि शिफ्ट हो गई तो यहाँ पे चौका अलग हो जाएगा उसका, फिर वो तो सुबह जाएगी शाम को लौट के आ जाएगी। अब क्या होगा, वो कहेगी मम्मी पापा आप भी इधर ही आ जाओ, तो खाली हो जाएगी। अरे आप जाओ या ना जाओ, मैं कह रहा जाओ या ना जाओ, फिर अरे यार देखो यार बच्चे तो बाकी बच्चे मोरने से पढ़े नहीं है, सारे बच्चे वो तो बच्चों के लोगों की समझ है, पढ़ने वाला तो गलियों से पढ़ जाता है। देखो
शांत है, मैं तो वही रहता है एक ही देरी पे, पीछे आदमी के पीछे तो मुंह कर लेते।
आप समझ लीजिए व्यवहार में क्या होता है, तुमसे माता राम
देखो
मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ,
नहीं एक औरत का पति चले तो औरत ठंडा से आती है,
व्यवहार में अंतर क्या है। माता राम कहती रोटी ले आओ, माता राम बन रही है, थोड़ी देर फेरवाज लगाई, रोटी नहीं लाए, अरे माता राम बना रहे हैं ना, तो ये व्यवहार होता है। अब उसको कैसे टैकल करते हो आप, अभी आपको कोई चीज की जरूरत है, आप उनकी नजर में अभी चाहिए, हमारी नजर में उनको अभी क्यों चाहिए, तो ये डिफरेंस आते हैं। तुम तो माता राम के साथ रह चुकी हो ना 3 साल 4 साल, अरे वो नवा नहीं रहा, 8 बजा दिए, 4 बार बोल चुका मैं, तो अब उनको सुनना है तो करना, नहीं तो बोल ही रहेंगी सुबह से। तो वो चीज होती है। अब इसमें क्या,
मेरे सामने तो अच्छा वो आर कर रही है,
आप समझा नहीं,
पीछे का करते वो ही जाने।
अब इसमें क्या है, या तो भैया को अपनी प्रायोरिटी बतानी पड़ेगी, भैया मेरे को ये चाहिए, बहुत क्लियर में बात करनी पड़ेगी।
आपको मतलब व्यवहार भी अच्छा नहीं करती भैया, व्यवहार के लिए मतलब आप घर में रह के ना इज्जत नहीं दो।
अब तो मम्मी से अपन कितनी बात करते, काय माता राम ठीक हो, मैं तो करता, काय माता राम का हो रहा है, बढ़िया, पानी पी लो, चाय पी लो, गोली खा।
और फिर वो अंजू की दुकान बहुत सारी खत्म हुई शादी के 4 दिन बाद, जे मत जाती तो ज्यादा अच्छा होता, हम बिल भी कम कर लेते।
कौन
बहुएं देखो जी हमारी तो चुड़ैल है सबसे ज्यादा, तो जी मत जाती सास।
कौन?
कोई संजय की मम्मी, मर गए पापा। चुड़ैल है लंका, तुम्हारी मम्मी और हमारी मम्मी में तो जमीन आसमान को अंतर है। भैया
देखा है ना अपनी मम्मी को?
क्या कह रही मैंने? भैया मैं तो भैया मेरी
अपनी मम्मी ने आज तक किसी के भी घर में टाइम नहीं लगाई, इवन मायके में भी टाइम नहीं लगाई। हमारे मामा सब मम्मी और सब मोती होकर अच्छा बात देते थे, हमारी मम्मी ने कभी नहीं दिया मेरी
सबन को दिया है जमीन जायदाद
कई बार भैया
वो अपने मन से सोच बेटा करे।
कई बार भैया बोलते थे मम्मी तुम क्यों नहीं मांगती, बोला क्यों मांगना मेरे को। पहली शादी हुई थी कमला, तब पहला भाग था, नाना ने भर के दिया, मतलब इतना दिया। नाना जीवित थे, वही पहला भाग देके गए, चले। उन्होंने पूरे खानदान को कपड़े दिए, मतलब हमारे 5 बुआ, चाचा चाची, मतलब अच्छे, मतलब जो उन्होंने बोला जो अच्छे रहे उस समय। नहीं पूरे हमारे नाना की तरफ से चाचा मामा इनके पूरे पहली लड़की थी जिनका भाग गया, और पूरा मामा मम्मी के चाचा ताऊ भतीजे, मतलब भतैया करते 100 भतैया आए। हर मम्मी के जो चाचा ताऊ थे ना, 5 चाचा, 5 ऐसे करीब 10-12 चाचा थे।
पुराना तो दे गई आज मैंने किताब खोली मैं बैलेंस कर देती हूँ फाइनेंस। अब एक टाइम का बर्बाद हो गया है।
तो तुम उधारी क्यों चलाती हो?
क्या करती है, जैसे पैकेज है 1200 का, हस्बैंड से 1000 रुपए डलवा दिए, सुनो तो 200 रुपए चक्कर हो जाता, हर बार यही करके जाती है। अब जैसे कल का तो उसे याद था 4 नवंबर का लिया था ना उसने, तो 3 नवंबर का पैकेज दिया था, तो नहीं रहे 3 नवंबर का पैकेज दिया 1200 का, 1200 तो हस्बैंड से करता ना 350 का अलग से काम और दिया, मतलब हैंड वैक्स और कटिंग पड़ेगा सर। तो इसमें एक अलग ही खाता है।
नहीं अब तुम किसी से बोलोगे 2 महीने के पुराने पैसे हैं तो क्या बोलोगी?
मैं तो कल को देख के गई बैलेंस वाले को के देगी,
तो तुम उसको बोलती नहीं हो तुम्हारा इसका है तो जब आओ।
वो कहती है हमने स्टैंड से कवर कर देती है, करती है ना, हरवानी करती है, पर एक बार तो छूट जाता है।
कितने लगे?
300 अब नहीं दे सकते क्योंकि 12 अभी 3 नवंबर वाला तो देने गई है अभी आज, समझ गए? 1200 तो ना सुरेश से डरवा
दूसरा क्या है वो शुरू से अलग अकेली रही है ना, और दूसरा क्या अटैचमेंट उतना नहीं होता।
सही बात है, वो नहीं सर, वो तब लोग भाभी जब कहते भैया का मन नहीं लगता ये बात।
अब क्या अटैचमेंट, अटैचमेंट के लिए क्या चाय दे दो, कुछ बना खा के बनाने के लिए दे दो, तो बस यही चीज है। जब वही नहीं खाएगी तो फिर बनाएगी क्या? अभी मेरे को नाश्ता नहीं करना, घर में कोई है तो मैं क्यों बनाऊंगा नाश्ता?
भैया को भाभी कह रही 8 दिन मुझे चले तो भैया चले जाता, बस 8 दिन को छोड़ के 8 दिन रुके और फिर चले जाते। भाभी अपन लगवा लेते हैं, मैं तो रुक जाते हैं।
वो तो वही पे मैंने तो बोला उनको पिछला भी बात हुआ,
चलिए एक मिनट लगवा लूंगा, तो घर ही नहीं डिसाइड करो ऐसा।
घर महंगा है, अभी वो बातचीत नहीं हो पा रही, उनको डिसाइड होना है ना।
नहीं तो क्यों कह रही है कि ना वो तो इधर का बेचो उधर लेना है, उन्हें कौन सा पैसा काट के लगाना है, और बच्चे ही डिसीजन ले रहे हैं। फिर तुम
पहले तो नाम पे ही आएगी बात।
अरे कौन आएगी? मम्मी तो आपकी मम्मी कह रही है तो अपने नाम करवाओ मकान। हाँ हो सकता है जो नाम पे बात है मकान की।
और भैया मान के चलो भैया के पास 1 करोड़ रुपए होगा टोटल 60 लाख से, तो पूरा पैसा मकान में लगा देंगे, फिर क्या करेंगे? 10-20 लाख तो चाहिए ना, कहीं जाना है आना है घूमना है।
सही बात है, नहीं सही है, वो देने अपने हाथ से वो चीज।
मैं कह रहे नहीं है, अभी उनको 20 साल जीना है, 40 साल जीना है, अब या तो बच्चे से पैसा मांगे, बच्चे नहीं दिए तो क्या करोगे? अभी मान के चलो, अभी वो इधर रह रहे हैं तो अपने नाम मेरी बात चलो, आज अभी मैंने बात नहीं, वो सब पसंद रहती है ना, इसलिए बात ठीक है, मैं बता रहा। अभी देखो, अभी 12,000 रुपये कराया जा रहा है। रेंट का भी तो आ रहा है गुना का। अरे मेरी बात तो सुन लो, गुना का 12,000 थोड़ी आ रहा है, नहीं आ रहा, 3,000 छोड़ जाता, गिर जाता है, ऐसा है। अभी मान के चलो 12,000 रुपये हो गए, 3-4 हजार रुपये, 5,000 खाने में, ठीक है। अभी 2-4 हजार की बाई भी लगेगी आज की डेट में, दोनों टाइम आएगी तो, दोनों टाइम में नहीं, 1,000 रुपये तो पहुंचेगी लग रहा है आज की डेट में। ये तो झाड़ू पोछा की दे रहे हैं ना, बर्तन धुलवाएंगे तो नहीं, झाड़ू पोछा एक टाइम के बर्तन। हाँ चलो, उनके यहाँ तो एक टाइम या 2 टाइम में लगेगी, रोटी बनाएगी 1,000 रुपये तो लेगी, तो 3,000 मान लो। अभी 15,000 रुपये का खर्चा है, या तो प्रसाद भेजे हर महीने 15,000, वो पहले महीने भेजेगा, जो तीसरे महीने उसकी बोलेगी भैया तुम तो हर बार भेज रहे हो, पापा का पैसा कहाँ है? तो मकान का किराया थोड़ी देती हूँ, मामा का भी चल रहा है, मकान का किराया वो तो क्या कंपनी दे देगी, चलो शाम को वही भाभी नहीं देखो आ रहा हूँ, कल आऊंगा।